Nothing can stop me. No. 'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a in this moment. Yes, I cannot say what's wrong or right. No, it's not hard to fool me. No, 'cause I'm addicted to the good life. Yes, yeah. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. To the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah, susceptible now before the moment flies. Ooh, so tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Ooh, susceptible now before the moment flies. It's not a problem, no, 'cause I know what I'm getting into. Yes, yeah, nothing can stop me. No, 'cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah, susceptible now before the moment flies. Before it flies. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Susceptible now before the moment flies. Yeah,
All right. I don't know what caused that pause to happen on Kevin Samuel's intro, but hey, we still got it going on. Shout out to all you guys that are here on a Sunday evening with Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. Shout out to all of you. Glad to see that you guys have made it here. We got a great topic tonight. We got a barn burner. The topic tonight is, should U.S. expats vote in the election? That's what the topic is all about tonight. Let me make sure everybody's up to par. Should U.S. expats vote in the U.S. election? I'm not just talking about this election. I'm talking about in general. Should we be out here voting? Shout out to all you guys on Instagram, my man Chris James. Shout out to those on Facebook as well as Rumble, Young Men Rumble, all 11 of you guys over there. We got you pulled up on the screen, as well as all you individuals that are on YouTube. Yes, sir. We got you guys pulled up as well. We're going to be, the reason why I came up with this topic, because my man Kenny Peoples was always sending me videos. Shout out to Kenny. sent me the video live stream of our brother Richie Mack of Zoom to Thailand. He had this question last night on his live stream. Okay, I knew something was missing. There you go. Had this question last night on his live stream. Should U.S. expats vote? Why or why not? 2.3%. Remember that number. 2.3%. We're going to come back to that number a little later on. 2.3%. You're going to be amazed at that number, what it means. And so they had a discussion. So we're going to look at a little bit of the discussion that they had last night in regards to answering the question, or did they answer the question? Should U.S. expats vote in the elections? But before we do that, we're going to have some videos from U.S. expats that are talking about the elections and why Americans don't vote when they are U.S. expats. Remember I said, remember that number, 2.3%? That's the amount of the 9 million expats that vote in all the elections. I said that again. Only 2.3% of us, a little under 3% of us actually vote as U.S. expats. And you might be thinking like, man, that is bad. That is bad. With the amount of expats that we have that live outside the United States, it is equivalent to over 20 states' demographics. Right now, during the election, they are not looking for the black vote, gentlemen. They've got the black vote that they want. Republicans got the black vote that they want. Democrats got the black vote that they want. So all you gentlemen that sit around thinking that right now they're still pandering to you black males to make sure that you get your votes in. Nope. Black women, you either. Nobody's pandering to you either anymore. If you're going to vote for Trump, they already know that. If you're going to vote for Kamala, they know that too. So who is it right now that they are spending billions of dollars to make sure they get their vote out? U.S. expats. They realize that black folks, white folks, and everybody else in the state is going to usually kind of show up. We usually show up like 64% of us that are registered voters in the United States usually go out and vote. But if they could get a hold of that 9 million, and it's actually 4.5 million of us that are registered voters, if they could get a huge chunk, whether it be the Republicans or the Democrats, can get a chunk of us expats to go out and vote, not you brothers and sisters. They already know that who you're going to vote for. But if they could get us to start coming out to vote, instead of just being 2.3%, they realize that's what's going to sway this year's election. Not you brothers, not you sisters, not you white boys, not you Karens, not you Latin dudes and Latin ladies that are voting for the first time. The U.S. citizens that live outside the United States is going to be the ones to make or break this year's election. If you think I'm lying, you know me. Do your research, do your homework. They're spending billions of dollars. Billions. You know how many emails I get? If you guys realize how many emails, some of you guys too, some of you guys that live in other countries, if you realize how many emails I've gotten for this election to make sure that I'm registered, to make sure that, of course, I'm registered. That's obvious. Still got my registration card. I am a registered voter. And I will be making my final decision on my vote this week. If you knew the amount of emails and outreach that I get, and I know you other guys get as expats to make sure that you vote this year, and so it doesn't be only 2.3% of us, it will amaze you how much they don't give a dang about y'all vote in the United States like that. I'm gonna say that again. All you guys that are still in the States, they already know who you're gonna vote for. They already got it kind of like registered out who's gonna do what, who's gonna vote for who. Hey, sexy boo. They already know who's gonna be voting. But if they can get some of us, if they can just get that number up to 10% of expats or 15% of expats voting in this election, that will help Kamala or that would help Trump tremendously. So we're going to talk about that. And then we're going to talk about why, before we get off into the Richie Mack video, shout out to my man Richie Mack. Make sure you subscribe to Zoom to Thailand. Before we get off into that, we're going to hear from expats as well as news headlines why U.S. expats don't vote. Why is it that there's only less than 3% of us on a regular election that even vote? Well, you guys live outside the country. That's not the only reason. That's not the only reason. And we're going to talk about the reasons why tonight. Why am I saying this before I go off to the shout outs? The reason why I'm saying this, many of you guys are about to become U.S. expats over the next 5 months, 5 years, next 15 years. You're going to be leaving the United States. It's going to become your second home and not just your first home. Some of you are so adamant about leaving the United States. There's a reason why you might not be voting ever again, even though you have the right to and the ability to. But most U.S. citizens, once they leave the United States, there's a reason why we stop voting. And we're going to talk about that tonight. Once again, I didn't get the answer last night from watching Richie Mack's live stream. Great live stream, great commentary, but nobody answered the question. That was the title of the live stream. Should expats vote? We're going to answer that question tonight on Love Crossing Borders. Shout out to everybody out there. I might even send the link to Richie Mack, see if he's available. David said that they're getting desperate and they bring Beyonce, trying to persuade us. It's not happening. On this live stream tonight, I don't care who you're voting for. I watched the panel last night. That ain't us. This is a grown man channel. I'm going to say that again. I watched the live stream from Richie Mack. Let me zoom in a little bit like El Guapo does. I watched the panel from last night. I watched how the guys talked to each other and belittled each other. It was embarrassing to see black men act as if on November 6th, your life is going to dramatically change for the better. The election is on November 5th. On November 6th, don't you ever forget, you still got to get up for work in the morning. You still got that child support that you paying on. It ain't going to change on November 6th. Your baby mama still working your nerve. She'll be working your nerve on November 6th. The local judges, politicians, and police officers acting a fool on November 4th. Don't worry. On November 6th, they'll still be acting a fool. You ain't got to worry about that. So all this passion that I'm seeing in the black community and how we're tearing each other down, as if November 6th, all Shangri-La is going to take place. All reparations are going to come through. Everybody's going to have the perfect life, the life of Riley on November 6th. Because that's how we're talking to each other and belittling each other and shaming each other if we don't vote in a certain way. So the reason why I brought that up on this channel, gentlemen, I'll let you have your say in the comment section. I may even open it up for a panel. But I want you to know one thing. This channel is dedicated to expats. I'll say this again. This is an expat channel. I could give a dang less about you voting for Trump. I could care less about your vote for Kamala. I don't care why. I don't care why you're doing it. I don't care why you aren't doing it. The question for tonight is, should U.S. expats vote? Why and or why not? That's the question for tonight, gentlemen. Do not veer. Let's not be like what the ladies do. You know, you ask a woman a question and she'll take you 15 different ways. And you'll never get the answer to the original question. And I saw that last night among black men. Nobody answers the question. So the question tonight is, should expats vote? And we're going to take a look in a moment after I give the shout outs. Thanks again, Kenny, for this particular topic tonight. Make sure you guys hit that link. Hit that like button. Shout out to you guys on Rumble. Shout out to all you individuals on Instagram as well that are watching. Shout out to my man, Sean D. Upshaw. Love the angles, the different angles. Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you very much. We're trying. We just got the gaming computer, Sean. I thought about that with you, with the gaming computer, with all the lights and everything. Shout out to my man Chris James over there on Instagram. Hope everything is now. Hope the live stream is going good. Let me know if I'm stiff. Let me know if everything's okay. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Shout out to you guys over there. Shout out to Apollo. Shout out to MCG. YouTube. Kev is over there. Kayomit trainer or trading. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Shout out to you. Straight from Brazil. I see that big Brazil, you and that Brazil logo sitting on the stairs. Shout out to all you guys over on Rumble. Young Men Rumble. Rumble, Young Men Rumble. Shout out to all you guys over there as well. My man LJ, the Southern Vegan, was numero uno today. Shout out to you. My man Dave, also here, showing love. Appreciate you, kind sir. Appreciate you, kind sir. As well as my man Zach. Zach said, I'm finally moving to Thailand December 1st. Shout out to you. Congratulations. Congratulations. He said, at 30 years old, plan to be there 5 to 7 years. I'm not upset with you at all, man. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Shout out to my man El Monte. Shout out to you. Salute to you also, kind sir. Michael in the field, in the building. Shout out to the CIA. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just like Kevin Samuels would say. Shout out to the CIA. The contractors in the building as well. We must be doing something great tonight because we also got Black Empowerment 01 in the building. Yes, sir. We're doing something right. Shout out to my man Kenny Peoples once again. He said, I already voted. He said, I voted 3 weeks ago by mail. Mr. O just living. Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel. Make sure you drop the link to your channel, Mr. O, so we can subscribe. Thank you very much. And once again, we got my man Jay Anderson of the Anderson family representing. He said, I'm late, but salute to all and Andre. He said, last night was epic. I appreciate you, Unc. I appreciate you guys being here. I really do. I really do. We did a long live stream last night, but we had fun. We had fun. And Kenny just confirmed what I was saying in regards to if you live outside the United States, you are getting constant text messages on the phone and email every day regarding make sure that you vote. They're not asking you to vote for a particular person, but they're saying, listen, expats, it's very important that you vote. You're going to be the ones to sway the election. I'll say that again. Expats votes make up to the equivalent of 20 states. 20 states of us live outside of the United States with voting rights. That's how powerful the expat vote is. That's how powerful the vote of the expat is. It's not the black vote. It's not the Latin vote in the States. It's not the white vote in the States. You guys already been voting. They already know you guys are part of the polls. But us expats, which include the military brothers and sisters, we're the ones that's going to make or break this election. And they know it. And that's why they're putting billions out there to make sure that we get to the polls. He said, I will be officially an expat in 2025. Yes, sir. He said, I have a date selected for departure. That's what I did. Guys, he's absolutely correct in regards to this. Whenever you want to relocate to another country, you must, and I'm giving you a great tip, you must have an expiration date. You have to sit back and tell yourself November, blah, 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 5th, 12th, January 9th. You have to have that date that you put everything on it. You say, you know what? July 12th is going to be my last day as a full-time U.S. citizen. And you stick to it. If you do not have a date, I promise you, July 12th will come, and the next thing you know, October 12th is here. You must have a date that you stand on. I don't care if that date is 4 years down the line or 4 months down the line. You have to have a date. I promise you guys, it'll help you out tremendously because you'll center all your goals and all the things that you do around getting a lot of things taken care of prior to that date happening. Shout out to you once again, Mr. O. Oh, yeah. And I heard about that with them bringing Beyonce and other people to the stage. Shout out to my man, Anthony Williams of the Williams family, first of his name. Anthony says this, just like after every election, nothing changes in my 58 years on this earth. Preach, Pastor, preach. Nothing. We could talk like, I mean, I've noticed the passion among Americans back home towards this election. And I like seeing us passionate about our political landscape. I really do. But the way that we're acting, you swear it was $1 million for each one of us on the other side of November 5th. You swear that all the food that's being recalled in McDonald's will stop. All that bad food that McDonald's is feeding y'all, and all of a sudden they're doing a recall on the meats, people getting sick. You think that will come to an end on January 6th? You think on January 6th, all college debt will be paid off on January 6th? The way people are acting, you think on January 6th, all reparations, 40 acres and a mule for every black person is going to be available on January 6th, the way that you're acting. And I'm telling you something. You know the only people that's going to be making money on January 6th? You ready? Those who have invested in the market. Drinking one of Andre's Club Colombian beers. Those who have invested in the market. The sway of the market takes place after every election. That's who makes money on the days after the election. I'm going to say this again. The only people that's going to make money, whether it happens or not, the day after the election are those that are invested in the market. That's it. It has been historically, that's how it's been, and it's not going to change. But us everyday mere mortals, your regular day is going to be a regular day on January 6th. So stop being so emotional and passionate and demonstrative and hating on your fellow brother based on your fellow sister based on who they vote. It doesn't matter if they vote for Kamala or Trump. January 6th in your life, in your personal life, is still going to be like January 4th. So I mean November 4th. November 4th, because January 6th is when they get sworn in. But November 4th and November 6th are going to be the exact same day in your personal life. So stop acting like something grand, eloquent is going to take place on November 6th. It's not. Only for the market. Only for the market. You got bills to pay on November 4th. Don't worry about it. November 6th, you'll still be paying those bills. You still, going online looking for a new job on November 4th. Don't worry about it. The 5th is the election. The 6th, you still looking for a job. We acting like fentanyl is all of a sudden is going to be banned from the United States on January 6th. No more dope fiends. Crack will be gone forever. No, it's not. So stop talking at each other as if something miraculous is going to take place if Trump wins or if Kamala wins. Stop acting like that. Because nothing for you personally, let's be real, other than you going after your goals, nothing for you personally is going to change on the day after the election. But let's continue on. Shout out to my man Ronan in the building. Make sure you drop your channel, Ronan. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. My man Kev Mo in the building. He said he just switched from Instagram to YouTube. Shout out to you guys. Once again, Instagram. We are usually on Instagram for about an hour. And if you don't get a chance, make sure that you join us over on YouTube as well. Shout out to all you guys that are even watching from both platforms. Appreciate you. Thank you very much, Ronan and Zay, for letting me know that. Shout out to you, Zay, for letting me know that you guys can hear me and audio is good. My man Black Scorpion in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Glad that you're here. Chulupe71 in the building, as well as, once again, my man Kenny. E Breezy representing. He said, what up, Dre? He said, what up, chat? Chat Lives Matters on this channel. Chat Lives Matters. He said, congrats to the Lions. 52. Man, the Lions were just scoring touchdowns just to be playing around. They were just scoring touchdowns because they ain't had nothing else to do. Because the game can't. If it was up to the Lions, they would have ended that game like after halftime. The Lions just stayed on the field because they were like, oh, we got to stay here another 60 more minutes. Oh, let's score some more touchdowns. The Lions could have easily went to 60 points. Easily. That's how bad that game was going. Shout out to the Lions.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan.
Detroit.
Don't play with me.
He said, actually research the candidates and vote your best interest. That's it. Shout out to Theo. I want to do something real quick, Theo. He said, I'm leaving the U.S. in 2026 after the conclave. I want to say something. I watched the live stream last night with you and on Richie Mack. Shout out to my man Richie. And I want to say something to you guys. We ought to have Theo, on the shows and on other channels and things like that. And we don't assume that everybody knows who Theo is. But I'm going to tell you something. Theo does more behind the scenes for Black male YouTube that you will ever imagine. And I'm saying this to give Theo his flowers right now. I want to say thank you for all that you've done for us, all that I've seen that you do for others. The $8 million of employment that Black men have gotten since they have started your cloud engineering classes. I'm going to say this again. Since 2022, when guys start taking Theo's classes online and learning from Theo, over $8 million of employment opportunities have come to Black men because of this one man right here. And I'm saying this because I'm letting you know you will never, ever come on this platform and anybody, including myself, will call you out your name, disrespect you, talk as if they know you, try to belittle you, especially because of a dang election when it comes to these people that don't give a dang about us, meaning these presidential candidates at the end of the day. I was so embarrassed yesterday actually today, watching that live stream of how some of the guys were talking to Theo as if he was a nothing. And I'm thinking to myself, do these people know who the F they are talking to? If you don't know, sometimes we just need to keep our mouths shut as men. But since many of us were raised by single mothers and we learned to talk like our single mothers who didn't know how to shut up, because mine didn't either. We talk like our single mothers, even in our older age, to our other brothers. That's why I want to give you your flowers, Theo, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. This man has done too much behind the scenes for Black male YouTube that you guys will never, ever imagine. We were even in class. I'm trying to get with Theo to bring one of his students on to interview. This brother was a truck driver working 14-hour days. And I'm going to have him come on and tell his story. But he recently graduated Theo's class. A year later, this brother is employed, got hired by a well-known company, very well-known, that many of us know, making more than he said. He said, I'm making way more than what I was making as a truck driver. And all I had to do was listen to what Theo said, do the work, buckle down. And a year later, I'm living the life that I deserve. And I don't have to be riding in a truck anymore because of dudes like Theo. So I say this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Brother, you ain't never, ever got to worry. Anybody come on a platform, anybody in the comment section, ever say anything to make that who don't know you act as if they know you, you ain't got to worry about that here. You ain't got to worry about a moderator coming first. Don't worry about us shutting down before they even get the second insult in, they'll be off my channel. There is no way I'm going to sit back and let somebody say what they say to you after what you do for Black male media. And a lot of guys don't know how much you put in to Black male media. From financing the conclave to putting money. You talk about putting money on the books of Black YouTubers, opening up doors and giving connections to Black YouTubers. And like I said, that doesn't even include the $8 million of employment that Black men have acquired because they've taken Theo's classes. Sometimes we as Black men, and I talk a lot, but sometimes we need to learn how to shut the F up if we don't know what the heck we talking about. And being all passionate about these Kamala and Trump, as if Trump really care about you, as if Kamala really care about you. None of these people care nothing about you. November 6th is going to be the same dang thing that it was. I mean, as November 4th, as November 3rd, as November 2nd in your life. So stop acting like Trump is going to hook you up or Kamala is going to hook you up, as the way that we talk and belittle each other as men and women in our own community. Because I'm telling you something, once November 6th takes place, it's going to be some regret in the Black community. That's why when y'all sit back, y'all be talking about all that Black love, and y'all be looking down on me when I said, y'all can forget about that Black love. That ain't gonna never happen. Andre, how you gonna talk about you just hating? No, I'm not. I watch how y'all talk to each other. I watch how Black men on YouTube and Black women on YouTube talk to each other. I watch and see how y'all talk to each other in the streets. You can holler Black love all you want. I'll watch your actions. You talk to each other like trash. And you think I want to be connected with that? No. I'm Black. But that Black love, Once again, I'm black, but waiting for that fantasy called black love and black kumbaya to happen. No, that ain't gonna happen. Not in my lifetime, not in your lifetime. And the way that you talk to each other during this election is proof that black love is far from taking place. You've been talking to each other like trash. I'm so embarrassed of the black community over this last year when it comes to this election. I am embarrassed how we act. Embarrassed. Let's get started with the video. Shout out to my man Law Dog in the building. Once again, shout out to all you guys over on Instagram. Shout out to Emmanuel in the building. Let's get started. And my man Mac in the building. He said, Andre, I wish I could clone you, brother. Keep doing God's work and spreading the message. Iron sharpens iron. This is so true, my brother. So true. We're going to get started with the videos talking about why. Let's start right here. Why U.S. expats don't vote. Remember when I was talking earlier, only 2.3% of us vote on the average election. The average election, 9 million U.S. citizens live outside the United States. 4.4 to 4.5 of us are registered voters, whether it be military or non-military. Only 2+% of that 4 million actually votes. Only 2% of them. We're going to talk about why first.
Americans living overseas, listen up. Now, I know it is a massive faff to vote absentee. Maybe that's why only a shockingly low 3% of you did it at the last election. I get it. But, you know, there are 2.8 million Americans of voting age living overseas. That is bigger than the voting age population of more than 20 states. So there's massive power in that.
Americans love freedom, especially the freedom not to vote. Only 2/3 of eligible voters had their say in 2020. And that dropped to less than 8% of Americans living overseas. That's a big deal, because this election could be incredibly close. A few thousand votes from Japan or Jamaica could make a difference. So why don't expats vote? For starters, it's not always easy, even if you live in the United States.
Some states have different rules and requirements for eligibility in terms of residency. And then when you're voting absentee from abroad, there's a whole other set of barriers. You have to figure out how to get an absentee ballot, what's the right way to turn it in. Bureaucratic barriers get in the way of participation in a lot of instances.
Politicians generally don't care too much about expats, but this election is different. The Democrats are spending almost $500 million on overseas advocacy. Meanwhile, Trump has falsely claimed that anyone living overseas can get a ballot.
Candidates are looking for votes under every rock they can find. They're finally realizing that there is an underused right to vote abroad.
Of the 4.4 million US citizens who live overseas, most are based in North America and Europe. But there are considerable populations in Australia, Japan and Taiwan. And voting varies a lot from place to place. A quarter of US citizens in Germany voted in 2020, but only 3% did in Hong Kong. The US Vote Foundation has developed online resources to help expats navigate the electoral system. But maybe there's an easier way to get Americans to the polls.
If there's one innovation I wish we could take from the Australians, it's democracy sausages. Make it into an event, make people turn up. We don't do that in the United States, and I wish we would.
We're moving from the U.S. to Italy next year, so let's talk about continuing to vote as a U.S. citizen. In short, we will not be renouncing our U.S. citizenship, which means that we will be able to and plan to vote in every single U.S. election. And because my husband also holds Italian citizenship, and I hope to as well someday, we will also be able to vote in Italian elections. We have no desire to renounce our U.S. citizenship, but even if we did, it's a long, arduous process that costs a lot of money and requires a lawyer, and it would make it really difficult for us to come back to the U.S. to see our families, so that's not in the cards for us anytime soon, probably not ever. Even though the US is one of literally only 2 countries in the world that continues to tax its citizens even when they don't live there. Long story short, we take the right to vote as US citizens incredibly seriously and know how important it is, especially now. So we will be voting in November for Kamala Harris, and we will continue to vote in every US election moving forward, even after we move. We're about a year out from our move at this point, so follow along if you're interested in moving abroad content.
I live in Japan and I
Let me unmute myself. Before we go any further with that and her experience of living in Japan as a voter, the headline that we just watched says that the Democrats are spending $500 million just to get you expats to vote. Just to get us expats to go out there and vote. Trump says, hey, all you expats, ain't no problem with you voting. If you want to, hey, you need a ballot, we got you. Democrats and Republicans, whether it be grassroots in your local community or whether it be for Congress or for presidency, everybody wants to get those expats. That expat vote is going to make and break this election. Some of us don't realize that. But as they just said, some of the reasons why expats don't vote is because it's problematic. For some people, they think that it's hard to vote, but it's actually easy to register. It's easy to get everything in your email, the form, and it's easy to mail it out. But for some people, they don't want to do it. But there's a greater reason than that only 2.3% of all U.S. expats vote. And we're going to look at that in an up and coming video. And some of the reasons is we can't relate to what's going on in the United States. I just want to be honest. That's number one. We can't relate to y'all. Y'all dealing with high prices and inflation. We have our own version of inflation, but not like you. Here in Colombia, they have their own version of inflation, but because I use US dollars, it ain't hit me like it's hitting Colombians. And you who are in the States, your inflation, how it hits you, I can't relate to that anymore. So a lot of times people don't vote because they can't relate to that. Numero dos reason. Number 2 reason why people don't vote when they become expats. The other reason is they're not a part of the political landscape of the grassroots. When you become an expat, you ain't got a mayor from the United States. You got a mayor in your home country. In your new country. You don't have police brutality in most new countries like you have in the United States. You don't have over 9 million citizens incarcerated like they do in the United States. So there's a lot that takes place for you guys on an everyday basis. When you get stopped by the police, I get stopped by the police. There is no, oh man, I'm in trouble now. I'm driving while black. There is none of that. And so you kind of like can't relate to the everyday plights of your fellow U.S. citizens that are back home. We watch it on the news, we see it, but we don't experience it like you guys. Bad food. The FDA. We don't experience the FDA food. Our chicken is not your chicken. Our beef is not your beef. Our vegetables aren't your vegetables. Our fruit still have seeds in it. Your fruit don't have seeds in them. They're GMO. They've been modified. So we can't even relate on this food basis. So when it comes to U.S. expats, the number one reason why it's only 2.3% of us, of the 4.4 million that are registered, that actually vote in elections, because what takes place in the United States don't have much to do with us anymore. The gun laws ain't got nothing to do with us. If you live in Italy, you got to focus on Italy's gun laws. I live in Colombia. I had to focus on Colombia's gun laws. Some of you guys live in Thailand. You have to focus on Thailand's gun laws. So you can't relate to being in a country where there's guns everywhere. I can't relate to that. Yeah, in certain instances, like, you know, in the world of illegal activity, yeah. But for everyday citizens with military-style artillery like in the States, no. It's not like expats are being rebellious. It's just that expats are realizing in most countries that we visit, half the stuff that we have to vote on in the United States, we ain't got to vote on that. It's a given. No matter who's elected in Colombia, they're going to have good medical. Same thing in Thailand. No matter who's elected in Thailand, you know, I know they got the regime, you know, the emperor and kings and stuff like that. But what I'm saying is, as far as their everyday politicians, they're still going to have great health care. They're still going to have good, healthy foods, clean water. There are schools in Europe that have free college, no matter who's elected. So when we go to these other countries, no matter how we vote or don't vote, the benefits of those countries will still be there. To whereas in the United States, you have to vote to get to benefits. I'm gonna say this again. In other countries, the benefits are already written into the laws that no matter who's elected, those benefits will be there. The cost of medical, the high quality of medical, how in certain countries they have excellent educational system that's not expensive. Like I said, some countries have free college. That's built into no matter who's elected. To whereas in the United States, we are still fighting through the electoral process to get certain benefits as U.S. citizens. So expats can relate to you. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I love the United States. I appreciate the United States. But I would be lying if I said I could relate to everything that you guys have gone through in the last 6 years since I've been gone. I didn't experience COVID with you. Most of us expats didn't. That's why expats don't vote. Because we get no benefits from voting. Now, I vote, don't get me wrong, but I'm talking about in general. Expats don't vote because we get no benefits in regards to our vote. We feel our vote doesn't benefit us in our new country, our U.S. vote, and it doesn't benefit us because we no longer live in our old country. I'll say that again. My vote, I vote because I know it helps you all out. But my vote does not benefit me at all as a U.S. expat. Now, Trump got some things coming down the turnpike that will help expats, like Theo was talking about yesterday. But for the most part, most presidents and governors and city councilmen and the judges that you have to vote for and your city treasurer, those people don't benefit me. So I vote on behalf of all of you guys that are there. But the benefits of being in other countries where everything is already set up in the infrastructure that are so good, you know, nobody's voting for it. Nobody's voting in Colombia for better medical. Thailand. Nobody's voting in certain parts of Europe for free college. It's already in it. That's in the United States. No other countries are talking about, we need to vote about these gun laws. That's the United States. Let's continue on with the video, but I just want you guys to know why it is that U.S. citizens that live outside the United States aren't as passionate and animated, because a lot of us in the United States are so animated for this election, why we ain't tripping? All the benefits that we need to live on this planet, other countries are giving to you automatically. I'll say this again. All the benefits that you really need to survive on this planet while you're still here, many other countries are already giving you those benefits already. You don't have to worry about having to vote on them. You don't have to vote on this, vote on that. It's already a part of the process of living in that country. But let's continue on. Let me move me out of the way. And she's in Japan, and she's going to talk about the voting process for expats.
I had no idea how to vote in the U.S. 2024 presidential elections. But if you're like me and also an American living abroad, then stop scrolling because I found a way to do it in 5 minutes. You just go to usvotersabroad.org. All you have to do is put in your contact info, the address before you left Japan, and some other basic info, and boom, your voter registration and ballot request is complete. Ballots are actually just being sent out in a few weeks, so make sure to get started soon. The best part is this is completely independent, nonpartisan, and I didn't even know this, but whether you live here permanently or you're temporarily here for work or school, if you're a US citizen who will be 18 by election day, you can vote from abroad. And it's your time to be one of the 2.8 million Americans living abroad to cast your vote. Bye!
The most important question is, would you give up the right to vote if it meant not having to file US taxes? 59% said yes, that they would give up their right to vote in the US election from abroad if that meant they did not have to file their US taxes from abroad. Now, of course, we know that every American abroad has to file taxes if they're earning, a certain amount of income. So obviously, that means that you are being taxed no matter where you live. Make sure you vote.
I'm an American living overseas. I have been living in Australia for a year and a half, and I've been able to see the difference between the two countries with their healthcare system, because I've worked in both. As a speech pathologist, I worked in hospitals and outpatient clinics and schools in the US, and here in Australia, I work in an outpatient clinic where I go in and out of the schools and people's homes, and I work with people coming out of the hospital. So I personally will be voting for Kamala Harris and Walz because everything that the Republican Party stands for, small government and pulling back social supports, and especially what's happening with MAGA, has been so extreme, and it is the complete opposite of the direction the United States should be going. The rest of the world, the rest of the first world countries, Europe, Canada, Australia, they're moving forward, they're progressing, and their people are healthier. And I'm able to see that firsthand because they have universal health care. That going to the emergency room is...
Before she goes any further, I didn't think about that, but she's correct. If I had to, just from the expat perspective, I'm not saying about who I voted for, things like that. I'm just saying just straight from the expat perspective, if you compare Kamala and her processes and her plans and Trump's plans, in all sincerity, Kamala, I don't even want to say Kamala. The Democrats historically have been more like what the rest of the world has done over the last 60, 70 years compared to Trump and the Republicans. And I don't want to say Trump. I'll just say the Republican Party. The Republican Party, compared to the Democrats, I got to admit, I'm not saying who I'm voting for and things like that, or voted for. But what I'm saying is that as an expat looking in, the Democrats, when it comes to helping the elderly, other countries have already done that. The Democrats, when it comes to the Medicaid and Medicare and lowering the prices of medical, other countries, that's how it is in other countries on a regular basis. When it comes to climate change, other countries are working on climate change for years. United States is behind a lot of country when it comes to climate change. So I hear a lot of this from the Democrats more than I hear it from the Republicans. But I have to agree with the Republicans. You don't want out of control government, meaning you don't want a government that does everything like Cuba. You don't want that. And that's what the Republicans don't want. They want limited structure of government involvement, not a huge amount of government involvement. But if I had to compare the two, Democrat policies and Republican policies, you would find that compared to the rest of the world, you would find that the Democratic policies gel more with what the rest of the world is actually doing compared to the Republicans. I didn't even notice that until she just brought it up. I was like, you know what? She's right. A lot of the medical structure, school structure, community structure, child support structure, how they take care of the poor, so how they take care of the elderly. A lot of that medical, as I mentioned before, food, the waters, how clean the water is, just little things. You'll find that you get to other countries, you kind of like, oh wow, da 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 da, and wow, this is great. They're doing this and they're doing that, and you don't realize, in a small sense, that's what the Democratic Party has been trying to do in the United States for years. You just see it through the lenses of when you go to France, or when you go to Austria, or when you go to Thailand, or when you go to Brazil, or come to Colombia. You see it through those lenses, and you think like, oh wow. But do realize that between the two parties, the Democrats have been trying to do that for the elderly, or for the school systems, or for whatever it may be, more than the Republicans. But like I said, I have to agree with the Republicans. You don't want runaway government that just taking care of everything. Because I've been to Cuba, and take it from me, brother, you do not want the government running everything. It is so sad, so sad. Shout out to the guys on Cash App, and my man Slick says, he said, can we get some smooth jazz in the background? I hope you guys can hear the music. Let me turn it up. Okay, cool. Let me even change the song. Let's even change the song going. And let's go back to the video. And then I'm going to come to the comment section. And then I'm going to I forgot to put the banner up for the Cash App and everything. And then we're going to go to Richie Mac's live stream from yesterday. And we're going to take a look at the commentary from those men yesterday. But let me go to the comment section here. Hear what you guys have to say. Shout out to you once again, Bobby. And Mr. O said, I lived in Bogota. You going to, cause I guess he's asking someone else. Oh, somebody else is talking. Like Empowerment says, I ain't coming back to the U.S. once I leave. Like I said, you guys were the only reason why I came back in 5 years. I hadn't been back to the United States since I left. I think since 2019. I was gone and hadn't looked back. You think about people, your family and friends, but other than that, no. I see y'all over there struggling. My man Jay, he said, I will leave the U.S. when and if I can ever get done grieving. A lot of times, and I can understand grieving, brother. I really can. A lot of times, relocating to another country gives you a fresh start, helps you understand that you'll never let go of the grieving, but you can live through the grieving. You never stop missing whatever it is or whoever it is that you miss, but a new country gives you new opportunity and new outlook on life. It really does. So if you think that the magical day will come that you will stop grieving. You won't. You'll always miss if it's a person. And you're going to live life through it. And I'm telling you, a new country, I like what my man Aaron of Black Men's Travel says. Travel is therapy. Travel has been therapy for me and for many other men. Travel has been therapy. If it was not for travel, we don't know what type of men we would be. Law Dog says, it's been a long time. Yeah. He said, I've been working 24/7 to escape the U.S. matrix. I don't blame you, brother. He said, you are motivational. He said, and I recommend you to every guy who wants to be free. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let me close this out. Shout out to you guys over on Rumble as well. T-Mac and all you guys over there. Big Dave. Let me scroll down a little bit. Tevin King in the building representing. Don JP in the building. Good evening to you as well. And with my man DJ Dave. David says this. He said, Theo said he paid for the conclave in Houston. I was like, damn, this dude ain't play. Yeah, every one of them. Every conclave event. From Philly to Houston to Atlanta. Some men quietly have earned their due, their flowers, their just deserves, their crown. And the way that gentleman was talking to Theo yesterday, that shit wouldn't happen on my show. Bet that. Not the Theo. No. That's a no-no. That's a no-no. There's certain personalities in this black male YouTube atmosphere that have quietly earned their crown. Quietly earned their crowns. Nope. I wished I would let somebody talk like that. We're going to get to it. Shout out to my man Jay. He said, dude was hella disrespectful last night, but Theo handled himself well. Class act. Yes, he did. That's one thing I was proud of. Theo was not moved by or swayed or persuaded to retaliate verbally. Didn't raise his voice any particular octave. But we're going to watch it tonight, gentlemen. Once we get done with watching this, we're going to go right into that live stream from last night and see if anybody answers the question that we finally answered tonight. Should U.S. expats vote? I personally say yes, it's all right as U.S. citizens and then people of color, because we have so many brothers and sisters die for us to have the right to vote, just to honor our ancestors. Also, I believe that we as brothers and sisters should definitely vote out of just the honor. But I understand why so many expats don't vote, because we're not impacted by day-to-day laws and policies that are destroying many of us back home in the States. I can't relate to going to the grocery store, leaving a grocery store with 1 or 2 bags of groceries and you just paid $120. I can't relate to that. I'm not even going to pretend to relate to that. I can't relate to some female talking about, I don't go to the Cheesecake Factory. You got to take me to Ruth's Chris. I can't relate to that. I can't relate to the child support laws, the alimony laws, the divorce laws. I cannot relate to that. I live in a country where the divorce laws are complete. No matter who's elected, the divorce laws are completely different from the United States. Child support is completely different from the United States. Alimony is completely different from the United States. United States, she gets 50% of whatever you brought in if she can just prove that she's worthy of it. Here in Colombia, you only split up 50% of whatever you guys got together when you divorce. In other words, you can walk into a marriage in Colombia with $9 million. Guess how much you walking out of there with? Your $9 million and 50% of whatever you two gathered together. So you may have gathered, maybe she decides she want to leave you in 3 years, but you only gathered maybe $400,000 worth of assets together. So the judge in Colombia just said, split that 400,000. You walk away with your 9,200,000. She walks away with her 200,000. That's the law. Many of us in other countries can't relate to what you guys go through back home. Ain't nobody down here in Colombia getting pregnant so that, he's a soccer player. Girl, let me get pregnant by him so I can be I can ball it. That child support gonna have me, but no, not in South America. Hate to bust your bubbles, ladies, but you get pregnant by one of these South American dudes, that's all you got, pregnant. But in the United States, you guys got to watch your seed, because some chick will take your seed. If you're a well-known person, put it in a turkey baster and get herself pregnant with your seed, stealing your condoms, Drake. I can't relate to that. That's why expats don't vote. Not because they don't want to vote, but they have nothing that they feel they need to vote about. Let's continue on. And thank you guys for the donations by way of PayPal and Cash App. Oh yeah, Theo. No, thank you, brother. Thank you. You guys remember the ending part of the Lord of the Rings, the third of the series, Return of the King. And the king had gotten his crown and they had the victory and everybody standing around looking regal. And then when they saw the king and you had Sam and you had the other hobbits that were about to bow down to the king. And the king told the hobbits, you bow down to no one. And everybody started bowing down to the hobbits because of what they did in the movies, the Lord of the Rings. They saved Middle Earth. That's how Theo is. I don't care how great content creators come and go. You can have the ones that's famous like Anton Daniels or Mr. Beast. But I don't know of anybody in YouTube that has quietly, without anybody knowing them, without starting the channel, without having a marketing team, without all the bells and whistles and the pomp and circumstance, quietly has accomplished what Theo has done for Black male YouTube. I don't know one person, not me, not Anton, not Angry Man, nobody. They've done it here and there periodically for people, but not like nobody. Nobody. Theo bows down to nobody. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. To nobody. So yeah, man, you don't owe anybody thanks. We all owe you a big round of thank you. Okay, I hope you guys like the music. I'll change it if you guys want me to. The expat vote matters because most still have assets, this is true, that's a good point, Mr. O, in the United States, land, stocks, etc., that will be affected. This is a good point. Excellent point. Now, I look at it from that perspective too. So I have to agree with that. He said, could you please explain how to vote as an expat overseas? You know I got your back, brother. Hold on. Let me do this presentation. You know me. Screen share. Here you go. I'm going to drop the link as well. Y'all know me. I keep receipts on hand. Good question, Zay. Really good question. Because a lot of guys don't know. It's real simple to do. Let me push this right here. First, you put in your email address. So I'll put in my email address. Okay, so I put in my email address and I continue. An error? Did you mean aspence2011@gmail.com? Yes, why, yes, I did. How did I put that in there? Okay, here we go. And then you'll walk through the process. You know, put in your name, prefix, Mr. Last name, date of birth. You know, like in my case, I will put Andre. Change that. Andre, and then my last name, Spence. It only takes 5 minutes to do. Have I ever previously registered to vote under a different name? Nope. So I'll keep that blank. Put in my birth date, 10-13. Shout out to the Libras. 1967, the summer of love. And then I just scroll down and I press continue. Then would you want your ballot sent to you by email, mail, or fax? So you put in your email, of course. Then you put in your current address. So I will put in my Cali, Colombia address. Then I will put in my address on my voter's registration card. I got this here in Colombia. This was sent to me here in Colombia during the last election. Not just for this election. I got this voters because I filled this out. They also sent me my voter's registration card. So I have my voter's registration information from the last election. So I have my last address that I had when I was in the States, put that in there. And then you just move on to the next process, bada bing, bada boom. And then a few days later, you'll get a download version of your ballot. And then you'll mail that ballot in. And that's how it works. So I'm going to drop that link one more time. Really, really simple process. Really simple process. Let's go right here. Oh, shout out to Fawdy in the building. He says this. He said the benefit and comfort of the passport, bros, is directly tied to the political and economic power of the United States. This is true, my friend. This is true. He said for that reason alone, you should vote. You should vote. Now, notice, I'm not saying don't vote. I'm with you guys. I'm not saying don't vote. I'm just showing you tonight why it's often only 2.3% of us expats vote. Because they feel like they're out of the loop of the United States, or they feel like I don't need the loop of the United States. They think that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying these are some of the reasons why. But I agree with you guys. Zach says this. He said, damn, today was a great day, man. He said, bought my ticket, got my student loans forgave. Boom. Same day, God is great. Yes, he is all the time. All the time. I'm dipping into somebody's conversation. If I see that sign where I see you guys are talking, I step out of yeah. Cuba is a dictatorship, boy, more than you realize. More than you realize. And it's not the government's coming down with an iron hand every time somebody says something, even though they do, because it's a dictatorship. But it's the fact that they have to literally depend on the government for everything. Bruh, if you go there, it's like no food. The government has to give you the food. The grocery stores is not a grocery store like you think it is. I know mom and pop corner stores that have more food than many other stores in Havana. And you know, Havana is a major city. Bruh, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Just to get phone data, you think that you were opening up an international bank account or something just to get phone data. It's the crap, dude. It's just people standing in line everywhere you go. Every day in Cuba, there's some line. There are lines, and I mean long lines, starting at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Even when you're riding to the airport at 3:30 in the morning, there are people standing in lines. Why? Because that's the line where they get their meat. And then tomorrow, you know, like if they get the government gives them everything. They gives them their chicken, their food, their rice, their corn, everything. The average Cuban only makes $30 a month. I'll say this again. Even those that are working only makes the equivalent of $30 a month. Why? Because the government pays all the rent, the government pays for all the utilities, the government pays for all the food. So therefore, going to the grocery store, what they need grocery stores for, the government is so-called giving you everything in Cuba. And so, but you got to stand in line to get it. And if they run out and you've been standing in line for 6 hours, which is not uncommon, oh well. We were seeing people in fights in line. You know, they finally get to the front of the line and somebody try to cut in front. Man, they fighting. It's crazy. It's crazy. So you don't want that extreme. So I have to agree with the Republicans. You don't want government doing everything. But there's got to be a happy balance, man. And the Cuban people are the nicest people, man. Nicest people. And you will feel safe in Cuba. That's one thing I can say. As a tourist, they do not play messing with tourists. You will be very, very, very safe in Cuba. That's one thing I can say. But they're the nicest people, man. Really nice. T-Bag says, he said, have a lot of friends asking to visit me in Medellin until the election craziness is over. Until this madness is over, do you mind if I come visit you? There'll be a lot more people after the election. After every major election, it's like that. More people get their passports. More people decide to live in other countries after every election. And this one will be no different. Bobby says, I have to finish nursing school. Shout out to you, Bobby. Shout out to you. He said, but I have my passport. Glad to hear that, man. He said, my brother wanted to stay 2 months. He said, a lot of anxiety in the U.S. at the moment. Whew, I couldn't even imagine, bro. I could not even imagine. Jay says, I already know that if you allow an open forum on politics, that could be a hella while. The panel continued for 6 hours. That's crazy. I didn't even watch that much of it. I'm like, man, listen. Bobby says, but I do want to travel. Black Cleaner and Restorer. Shout out to you, brother, being in the building. He said, no tangible black policies for either candidate. You know, seems that way. No black vote for me. There you go. TIQS says this. Shout out to you, brother, being in the building. Glad to see that you made it. International Quiet Storm. He said that was disgusting and the mods were way out of line. Instead of listening to the white girl, let's just go directly to the video. We already know what the white girl is talking about as far as expats. So instead of going back to her video, let us go back to screen share. And yep, that's the one. So we're going back to where Theo and Richie Mac. Shout out once again to Richie. Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel. Great guy, man. I was so excited to meet Richie the other day. Faulty says this: I respectfully disagree with Theo's position, but I respect his ability to articulate his point, and I wish it could have been explored and challenged more. But dude acted like a damn fool and drowned out. True. That's so true. We're about to watch it. Check it out now. Shout out to my man Greg G in the building. He said dinner for two at Ruth Chris, $400. I never have to worry about that. He said dinner in Panama for 9 at a local spot, $120, $120. See, that's the world I live in. And we talking about some nice spots. Yep, I'm with you, brother. Yeah, Lord of the Rings. Yes, sir. When the king said, you bow to no one, we bow to you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You said, yeah, the email was wrong. T-Mac, you're right. I put my email wrong. Bobby said he fell asleep. We're about to watch it right now. Let's check it out now. Let's check it out. Let's get started.
Bring up Just Me Live. I don't know which side he's on. I mean, they say my Cleveland Browns will win the Super Bowl. Anybody should be sad he'll never get past Congress. That's another problem we have. Whoever wins, the other side is going to block him from getting anything done, which is another thing I meant by common sense stuff. But I'm going to bring up Just Me Live. What's up, my brother?
Big up, brother. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for coming through. Whose side are you arguing? Who you have a person you're voting for? Or you
first, I want to give some love to L.
L Boogie.
You know.
Say hi. I see over there eating.
And it's all good. You working it hard, too hard, but it's all good. I got love for you, brother, but I'm just confused how you could be in the middle of this bullshit, you know, by not even having a point or an opinion and allowing a Trump supporter to literally have a platform when this convicted criminal literally he can't even speak. He can't hold a consistent conversation. He can't answer a question correctly. You know, he wants to put black people in slavery again. I mean, that's all you have to do is listen to him. Do you know anything about Project 2025?
Absolutely.
If you actually do know about Project 2025, and you know how people are running this whole narrative about, they're forcing black men and black people to vote. They ain't forcing shit. That's a game. That's a hustle. That's a grift, son. You understand what I'm saying? Game is game. If you square enough not to get it, then you the punk. You the one that's gonna get punked. And they running game right now. They're taking everything that we ran about Trump and told about Trump, the punk, you know, and they're flipping the script. They running game. They saying everything we said about him.
Who is they?
Wait a minute, who are you? First of all, because listen to you is the reason literally why I jumped on here. Okay, you know, because listening to you, your dialect and your diction, son, for real, you definitely need to be voting for a Democrat.
Basically, based upon that, I can vote for whoever I want.
Oh yeah, ain't nobody forcing you. This is a conversation. Go ahead and say what you gotta say.
And who is they?
Wait.
This is the big thing I want to know.
Oh, he wants to know who is they?
Yeah, because when you're saying they, you're talking about sources. So who are you talking about sources? Because I'll think about my sources right now. I don't have television. I don't have cable. So if you're saying
you need to have television and cable because you are definitely missing the point and you're missing the beat. Dude, they're about to have a fucking revolution here. They're about to have a civil war. Where's your punk ass? Where are you? What are you going to do? They're about to have a civil war here and you over there talking shit.
When it happened over here, I'll say this again. That rhetoric is one thing for us to have a point counterpoint discussion. But all this name calling and belittling and I understand, drama brings views bring super chats and all that. And I'm not talking about Richie. I'm just talking about the YouTube genre in general. But this dude, y'all would have thought, if it were me, y'all would have thought something happened to his Wi-Fi. That's how fast he would have been off my channel. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. As soon as it didn't have to be Theo. It could have been any of you guys on a platform. If you were on this platform and two of you guys were talking, didn't have to be Theo, anybody. And insults start going back and forth. Don't worry, somebody getting deleted immediately. They gonna wonder if it was their own Wi-Fi. I don't do that. I kid you not. I don't do that razor raise. That Austin Holloman with dudes who just come on any platform and talk like single mothers. Just raise your voice because it ain't a man in the house. I'm gonna say that again. A lot of us learned to talk like this. We didn't learn to talk and disrespect men from our dads. A lot of us learned to talk like this because we were raised by single mothers, and I was raised by a single mother. So I know what it's like to have to curb how you communicate because you was raised by your mama, your auntie, your grandmamas, and all those other ladies around you. And that's how they talk to men and talk about men. So you became an adult man, and even in your 50s and 60s, you still talk like the single mother that raised you. Couldn't have been on my platform. That's serious. None of what these electoral, nothing that's going to take place during the electoral college is going to change this man's life on November 6th. I'm going to say that again. All this, it's going to be civil war, World War III. Do you understand? He's a punk, blah, blah, blah. He been convicted, so forth and so forth. All is absolutely correct, Jaquez. All this sign language, shame, insults, guilt, need to be right. Learned all that from a single mama. And let's say he was raised by his dad. Could you imagine your daddy talking like that? Erica, I'll get to that question in a moment. I'm glad that you asked that question. I'll get to the answer in a second for you. You say just a random question. She says, "What is the bank? Which bank is best for U.S. citizens to open an account in Cali, Colombia?" Let me answer that question for you. Let me pull that up for you right now. Let's see, BBVA. Let me see if the mic works. BBVA. I'll just type it in. Put this over here. In English. Let me pull your question down real quick, and let's go to screen share. Oh, here we go. That's how I do this right here. So BBVA is the best bank for if you don't have if you just person getting off the plane, you just got your passport, you don't have any cédula yet. Cédula is your ID, your Colombian ID. You don't have a Colombian visa, you just got a regular passport. You're looking to relocate to Colombia and you don't have your cédula. Your cédula is your ID, right? Your cédula is your ID and your social security card combined. That's how it is in Colombia. You know, in the United States, we have our social security card and we have an ID or driver's license. In Colombia, you would have your cédula, which is your social security card and your ID in one. So you could use this for banking, at the grocery store, wherever you go, people ask you for your cédula number. So it's just a part of the makeup of the country, right? So if you don't have that, which bank would you go to? You can't go to a Bank of Colombia because only people with a cédula can go there. You can't go to BBV. You can't go to what's the other one? Davivianca, because you need a cédula. The only one that allows for expats right now to open up a personal bank account is BBVA. Now, mind you, right, Davivianca, they don't allow you to do it without a that bank doesn't allow you to do it without a cédula. He said, yeah, absolutely correct, T-Mac. That's what I'm talking about. He said, I hear that BBVA allows some people to open with passports. Correct. That's why I was saying. Now, here's the kicker. This is very important. Do not open your BBVA account while you're in the States. Why? There's a reason for this. BBVA International and BBVA National in the States are two totally different entities. If you open up a BBVA account while you're in the States, even if it's online, you're technically opening up a PNC account. PNC, right around 2019, 2008, I think 2019, 2020, purchased the national branches of BBVA in the United States. They didn't purchase the international branches. So those are still, you can still come to Colombia and still open up an account and you'll have an international Colombian account. But if you open it up while you're in the States, all you technically did is open up a PNC account. So don't open up a BBVA account in the States thinking that when you come to Colombia, it's equivalent to the one that you have that you would have in Colombia. It's not. When you get to Colombia, no matter what city, go to a local branch. It's real simple. Even if you feel kind of like a little leery about doing it, just take a local who knows Spanish and they'll walk you through the process. It's real simple. It's really, really simple. And then let me add one more thing. In order to transfer money into that account from your U.S. bank account, a lot of us use, let me go to this one, and I've been using this for years. Remitly app. Where's my phone? Remitly is the phone app that I use to transfer money. And some of you guys use Wise as well. You can use Wise as well. So you can use Wise. So I've got my Regions, Regions Bank in the United States. I've had my Regions Bank account forever. All our YouTube money, proceeds, all our monies from the sale of this, the sale of that, consultations, book sales, all that, courses, all of that goes into our Regions Bank account, right? Whenever I need money here in Colombia, whether it be for bills, traveling, whatever, I use the Remitly app and I transfer it in seconds. So right now I can sit back and say, you guys are down here. You guys are like, hey, I'm in town, Dre. Let's go hanging out. Let's go get something to eat. And I'm like, man, I ain't got that much money in my Colombian bank account. Let me send some money to myself. And I go to the Remitly app, send myself about a good $80, and boom, within seconds, it's in my Colombian bank account. You know what? I don't know if TD Bank is in Colombia. Let me see. Let us see. Looks like they have a branch in Medellin. Let's see if they have one in Cali. Because I think I've seen them around too. Yeah, they're here in Colombia. They have a phone number. Let me see. Yeah. See, we look right here. When it comes to Colombia, you can open up a bank account, but you got to have a permanent resident card, meaning you need a cell dealer to open up with a. Or okay, there we go. And bring any time. Okay, there we go. So you don't need to necessarily just have a resident card. You can have your passport, valid passport. In other form of the identification. Okay, cool. Does TD Bank open accounts for non-residents? However, large banks such as U.S. banks, TD Bank, Bank of America, Chase, Wells Fargo allow non-residents to open a checking account and a savings account. There we go. Instead of using your social security card, they will ask for your business ID card or business number or other documents. And here's the list. I want to see you guys this. This is a list of, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. This is a list, and I've used this during consultations. This is a list of Colombian banks that have, American banks that have Colombian affiliations. So there are certain banks that you can use or go to in Colombia because you have opened up a particular bank account in the States, such as Bank Colombia. Theirs is Bank of America, Bank of New York, Milan, Citibank, as well as others that are down here. So I'm going to drop this link for you guys as well. Let me drop that link. There you go, Erica. Shout out to you. Hit me up, Erica, when you come down to Cali. You got the email address. Hit me up. There we go. Hope that helped you out. There's quite a few banks that are connected between U.S. Another good one is HCBC. That's in the States and here in Colombia. That's another good one. That's a really good one. All right, let's go back to the video.
See the difference? I'm relaxed because
I don't give a fuck about you being relaxed. You are the cat that we hate. You're the guy that's scared.
Yeah,
you're the guy that runs.
No, I'm not
you're the
scared
guy
at
that's
all.
not going to be up for the battle because they are coming.
Yeah,
they are coming. They're telling you. If you look at Project 2025 and you understand about Project 2025, they're telling you they are coming. And you're the punk that's going to run.
I have no problems with Project 2025.
That's right. You know why? Because you're part of them. You're part of the problem, son.
What is them?
You're part of the problem. You see that beard? You see this gray? You fool. I done lived it. I done lived through it. I'm 68. Still got games. Still on point. You understand? I got 8 YouTube channels. I won't even move on those channels because of people like you.
Okay.
Zeros
so
like you. People like, it's not they. I'm talking about you now. They are you.
No.
You are
because-
a zero.
There's a lot of Theo Waps
You are a
around.
zero.
I got more Theo Waps
You won't
around.
even vote for a woman that is
There's
partially
multiple
black.
Chewbacca's.
You know, because
I
she's a
voted for
woman.
Clinton.
But here's
I
the
voted for
deal:
Clinton
you
in
are
2016.
GAF. 30 seconds
I
from
voted
being
for
there.
Clinton in 2016.
I don't give a dude. You just said that garbage. We heard it.
You just
we
said
all
I won't
heard
vote
it
for a woman.
We all
I
heard it.
already
Here's the
voted
deal:
for a woman
ain't nothing you can say other than you will not vote for Trump. Nothing you can say other
I
than
won't
you
vote for
will
a
not
certain
vote for
candidate.
Trump. You being a black man,
I will
something's
not vote
wrong
for a
with you,
certain
boy.
candidate. See,
Something
that
is
right
wrong
there,
with you, boy.
You're saying because of
Something
my
is
race,
wrong
I
with
should
you,
vote
boy.
for a certain party.
Oh,
I will not do
wait
that.
a minute. Are you getting upset?
Something's
wrong with you, boy.
I'm free, and
The only person I see that's something wrong with is this older gentleman, 68 years old, still acting like a 16-year-old, talking like a 16-year-old. 68. Theo says, "Hey, I'm 51 years old." I don't know why a 68-year-old man thinks that he can call a 51-year-old man boy. Shame, insults, try to guilt you into voting the way that they vote and having the need to be right. Sign language. Sign language. This is the black love brother. This is the brother that will tell you that he's down for the brothers and the sisters. That black love generation, don't worry. In the next 15 years, they'll be dying off. All those boomers, like the brother said in the comment section, those boomers, yeah, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. World War III. He said, like, World War III is coming. And a civil war is coming. Do you know what I studied just recently for our other political channel? What World War III is going to be. Did you know this? World War III will not be done with bombs. World War III will be done cyber. Whoever controls cyber will control the world. Nobody wants to blow up some certain lands and people. That doesn't benefit anybody. But to take over cyber, now you're talking. Number 2 part of World War III that's already taken place. If you guys ever wonder when World War III will happen, we're in the middle of World War III right now. What do you mean, Andre? The second part of World War III. See, we think about world wars. We think about World War I, where everybody went to battle with troops and everything. That's not a world war anymore. It's all about technology and finance. The number 2 part of World War III is not going to be the big countries going to war. It's going to be the big countries financing smaller countries and putting smaller countries in debt to owe them once their war is over. I'll say this again. You wonder why the United States is always sending certain money to Ukraine? Because Ukraine will owe the United States that money back. You wonder why China is going to Africa and building infrastructures in Africa. Because African cities and countries will owe China back. That's the new version of World War III. It's the big countries like Russia, U.S., and China manipulating the smaller countries to put as many small countries in debt, economic need, or military need to depend on the big 3. That's what the new World War is. It's not, I'm going to bomb you, you're going to bomb. No. It's to finance the skirmishes among the smaller, and then they owe you back. That's how it works. That's why China is taking all that money. China ain't tripping because they're not the number one export country in the world anymore. Number one exporter to the United States last year was Mexico. Trump gonna sell you on China. Don't get me wrong. Kamala gonna sell you on China. Don't get me wrong. But the number one exporter into the United States who made all that money last year, look it up, Mexico. Mexicans will be balling. Remember how Chinese were like doing all right for years, and then they became the number one exporter, and now all of a sudden they got this upper middle class and upper class, and then they came over from China and built up, bought dang near everything they could in San Francisco because they had so much money. Watch Mexico in 10 years. Watch Mexico in 10 years. If they stay on this pattern of being the number one importer into the United States. The same thing is going to happen to Mexico. They're going to go from just this regular everyday country that you see, then all of a sudden they go to get this upper class, and then they go to get this upper middle class, and then all of a sudden they go get these ballers. And then Mexico is going to do the same thing that China's doing. Instead of San Francisco, it'll be Texas, and buying up as much land and property as possible in the state of Texas. The new world war is not with bayonets like this old dude will have you to think. The new world war is to finance the scrimmages of smaller countries. And once their scrimmages are over, those countries are economically and militarily in debt to you. That's why the U.S. has no problem with helping Ukraine. They don't have any problem with helping Taiwan. They don't have any problem with helping Israel, because after all these scrimmages are over, each one of those countries got to pay the piper back to the United States. And so China looks at it the same way. China's not financing military might. They're financing, hey, African countries, don't you want to build your country up? Yes, we'll give you $15 billion. We'll give you $35 billion. We'll give you $62 billion. Guess who's also doing that as well? Guyana, here in South America. America is funneling so much military might and so much money into Guyana. Why? Because Guyana and the Guyanese have hit it rich with all that oil that they've discovered over the last 5-6 years. You got ExxonMobil over here. You got Hess over here. And you got Chevron over here, getting billions of barrels every month of oil out of the ocean. And who's going to protect? Guyana doesn't have an army like that. So who's the big brother to come protect them? The United States. U.S. oil companies and the U.S. military might is over here to protect Guyana for a small fee. Remember, they got to get their money back for a small fee. Ukraine, we'll look out for you for a small fee. Israel, you need help? Don't worry. We'll look out for you for a small fee. But if you listen to these old dudes, you think it'd be World War II and Hitler's about to be risen from the dead. And that's the version of World War II. No, that's not the version of World War III anymore. It's smaller scrimmages, not larger scrimmages. But let's go back to the video. Absolutely, El Monte. It's chess, not checkers. It's chess, not checkers. Yep, they have no idea. Absolutely. Yep, it's all about money. It's all about money and who controls information. And that's where the cyber part comes in. That's when the internet part comes in. If you control the cyber now, you can control the electrical grid, that's set up on that cyber. You can control the water. You can control just about everything in a country if you control their cyber. Same thing with our country, any country. The way that the countries are set up right now, you control a country's cyber, you basically can control that country. Because everything is set up on the internet now. Everything is AI. Everything is just set up by way of electronics now. Everything, even our cars. Just imagine somebody taking over just because think about it. Most of our cars are nothing but computers on wheels now. Unless you got some of the classic cars, most of us that got a car over the last 20 years, your car is nothing but 100% a computer on wheels. Let somebody get the power by way of cyber over our cars. From your Teslas to my Chevy. It's all about cyber. It's all about who can control whose satellites. Who can control whose fiber optics. These old dudes think about bayonets and triangle hats and Paul Revere. It's gonna be a civil war. You better prepare yourself, brother. You voting Trump, that punk? He wants war. I'm 68 years old. I got a few more years left on this planet. With good health, maybe another 10. I'm gonna say this again. I'm a 68-year-old man. With good health, I could squeeze out another 10 to maybe 15 years. Yeah, Monty, the red coats are coming. And what do I decide to use my last 15 years on? Trying to be little Theo. I've got nothing better to do with the last 10 years of my life than to come on YouTube, yell at the top of my lungs, and try to insult this brother, Theo, embarrass myself on another black man's channel, and at the same time, don't even make my point because I was so busy cursing and cussing, I didn't even get my point across. That's the best thing that I can do with the last 10 years that I got to be on this planet. That's what's shameful for this dude. So as you listen to this guy talk, just think about a man that's talking that only has about a good 10 years left with good health, about a good 10, maybe 15 years left. And all he's doing is wasting the last 10, 15 years of his life running off at his mouth. Talking about fantasies. Sad.
You ain't free, nigga. Ninja, you ain't free. Hell to the fuck no. You think you're free?
This is plantation
you
mentality.
You ain't free, fool. You know what? You done been out of the States too long. You ain't free, fool. You ain't free.
14, 15
you
years.
You ain't free. That's
years.
What they told you. They also talked about Juneteenth, right? You ain't free, fool.
I'm very free, actually.
Free. No, you ain't. Here's the deal.
Yes, I am.
Vote blue. Anybody else listening? Vote blue. Because a peon like that, a zero like that is going to get you in trouble. Here's the deal. The deal is,
I can do what I want.
Project 25 says they're coming for your ass. Project 25 states what they're going to do to black people. They also mentioned about how getting the immigrants out. It's not about the immigrants. It's about us. It's about us. And people like you are the enemy also.
I'm not the enemy at all. I'm
Yes,
a
you
voter.
are. Yes, you are.
No, I'm
you
a
don't want to
voter.
admit it to yourself. You're talking
No.
about taxes. Your pussy ass talking about taxes, and we
Hell
talking
yeah.
about death. They talking about killing us.
I'm gonna
Your
be
punk
dying.
ass talking about taxes.
Oh,
I
I'll-
can save
I'll
this
be
on
just
taxes.
fine.
Trump is going to help
I'll
me
be
on
just fine.
taxes.
All right, you got. Okay,
On taxes.
I like spirited debates, but we're not gonna get anywhere if we talking over each other. But I got a question for you, just me live. I got a question.
Yes,
for you.
sir.
Okay, I'm bringing you back. So we're gonna just bring it down just a little
Yep.
bit. Now, I'm gonna ask you a question. Why do you think so many black men are now voting for Trump?
Well, first of all, so many black men are not voting for Trump. That's the narrative. That's the pimp. That's the game. That's the grift. That's the hustle. That's what's put on the media to make you think this is an even race. This ain't no fucking even race, son. It ain't no even race. Kamala's kicking ass. But they making it sound like it's an even race. They making it sound like black men are on Trump's side. If you're a black man and you're voting for Trump, you got to be a fool.
Okay.
What happened? What did he? Let me ask you something. Do you know anything about? Do you know anything about the Central Park 5?
Of course.
Do you know? So if you know something about Central Park 5, do you think he's changed since then? People see him with all these black celebrities, and they go, "Well, no, he can't be racist. Look, he's a clout chaser. He's been a clout chaser. Look at the history and find out when he decided to run for president. Right after they saved his ass by giving him that damn show. When they gave him his show, and when the show ended, he ran for president. I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C. Let's be clear about that. You see that? I run it proudly. The deal is the same building he turned into a hotel was a building I did promotions and parties with. Mark Barnes did promotions and parties with. We partied at that building. That punk ass fool bought the post office building, turned it into a damn so-called international hotel, but he actually ran that as a promotion for his hotel. Notice when he said, I'm surprised I actually won. He was surprised he won. I'm surprised he won. We all were surprised, but look at what he did. He made millions while he was there. His son-in-law, his daughter, everybody made millions. He's a grifter. He's a hustler. I ain't got no problem with the game, son. I'm from game. I'm from the street. And by the way, I want to make sure you know who I really am. By the way, you know I sent you a message. DJ Kenny Hollywood from DC. Remember me, bro?
DJ Kenny Hollywood. I get a lot of.
I ain't talking about you, son. I'm talking about my boy.
I'm talking about me. I was like,
Zoom.
Yeah,
you know, see, I sent you a message. You see, and we understand something about the industry. I've been doing parties for 40. I was doing parties for 43 years. I know about my city, my town. But when that punk came to my city, the world changed. He's a hustler and a grifter. He ain't even a hustler. He ain't qualified to be a hustler. He's a grifter.
Okay, so let me ask you this though, because the chat seem to be disagreeing with you in a lot of things you're saying.
I really don't care, but go ahead.
I'm not letting that. I'm an alpha, so I'm going to do what I'm going to do. But the only thing I just want to be clear, because when I have these debates, because I argue either side, because like I said, I'm not really happy with either one of them. That's why I'm undecided.
That's what bothers me though. How can you actually still not be on either side either? Like you're being neutral because you're in Thailand, bro.
You know what I love? I love how LB always in the video. She be in the background on her cell phone, just minding her business. I ain't got nothing to do with this. I don't know what they talking about. This is crazy. You know who's also like that? You know who out of all these people on the camera? Richie, Theo, the other brother. I'm more like L than all the rest of them. You know why? Because L ain't got nothing to do with it. And neither do I. Neither do I. These dudes will have you sold on the presidency has ultimate power. I'm going to say this one more time. Guys like this will have you sold on the concept that we don't have a judicial system. We don't have a Congress. in which we have a Senate and the House of Representatives, as if the president is the way that these people act and are voting, how embarrassing black people have been acting over the last year when it comes to this election, and whites too. You would think that every president, or on November 6th, whoever's president, they just get the ultimate golden pen, and whatever they write will come to life. If you think a president can't be stopped from doing what he wants to do, ask President Obama during his second administration when it was a Republican House and a Republican Senate. Remember, Obama couldn't get nothing voted through. No matter, Obama could have asked people, can we just vote on having pencils in Congress again? Nope, Obama, no pencils in Congress, sir. The Republican House and the Republican Senate shut down everything. We do not have only one branch of government, and we act like it. Like if Kamala wins, we treat as if, oh my God, the country gonna fall apart. No, it's not. You know what killed the United States of the last 5-6 years when it came to COVID? It wasn't Biden. I looked at it from the outside. Remember, our other channel was politics, so I had to watch politics all day, every day. It wasn't. It was the fact that we had a Democratic a Democratic Senate and a Republican House. We couldn't get anything agreed upon. For the last 5-6 years, we couldn't get anything agreed upon. And even when we had a Democratic House with Nancy Pelosi and a Democratic Senate with Mitch McConnell, and we had a Republican president with President Trump, you still couldn't get nothing done. That's what's been killing the United States the last few years. Our Congress, we need to make sure that we vote on our congressmen with just as much passion as we vote on our presidents. We need to make sure we vote on our mayors, our city councilmen, our city treasurer, our chief of police, our city judges, with just as much fever pitch as we do about our presidency. So when I hear dudes like this talking, I'm like, dude, you do realize a president can be shut down by a Congress. A president can say whatever he wants. Congress can say whatever. Don't you ever get caught up on presidents and forget we've got a judicial system as well as a legislative branch, Congress. Not just an executive branch, the president and the vice president and his staff. I'll say that again. Congress holds the purse strings in the United States. All the money that we use through our taxes, Congress. President can't vote something into law unless Congress passes it first or vetoes it first. I looked this up last year. Did you know that we get almost over 10,000 policies or bills presented to our Congress every year? I'll say that again. Over 10,000 bills to be voted upon is sent to our Senate and or the House of Representatives every year. Do you know how many they vote on? Blew me away. Less than 400. Less than 400 bills are voted on by our House of Representatives and our Senate every year. And yet they get 10,000 requests for bills to become laws. And the only way those bills can become laws is the president signs it into law. The president can put forth his budget and have all type of requests. And I'm going to add, and they do it every year doing for the State of the Union address. And I'm going to ask Congress to do this. And I'm going to ask Congress to do that. And I'm going to have Congress to do this. Why? Why do every year, no matter who's president, they always say, I'm going to ask, or I'm going to request, or I'm going to work with Congress to do this or that? Because Congress pulls the purse strings in the United States, not the president. The buck stops with the president. The military might stops with the president. But when it comes to the purse strings of the United States, it's the House of Representatives and it is the Senate. Don't you ever forget it. It is not the president. All the president can do is work alongside or request or hope Congress votes on this or hope Congress votes on that. But Congress can sit back and tell the president, no, we ain't doing none of that, player. Just like they did Obama during his second term. That man couldn't get nothing through. Nothing through. Black people still crying about it now. Why didn't Obama do nothing for black people before he left? Obama couldn't do nothing for nobody. That last term, go ahead and do your homework. Think I'm lying. That last term, a Republican Senate and a Republican House of Representatives, and you a Democratic, the first so-called black president? What I mean is that we've had, if you do your homework, we've already had black presidents. But, man, Obama couldn't get nothing done. Let's stop acting like we don't know our history. We learned this. When did we learn this? What, 6th, 7th grade? Did we not learn this in 6th, 7th grade? Why is this old dude he's been on this planet 68 years. Why is this old dude being so passionate about a presidency when he should know by now the president is not the one that pulls the purse string in the United States. It's the Congress that does that. And once something is written into law, it's the judicial system, which is the Supreme Court and all the other courts that enforce what the president and others have signed into law. We learned this in the 5th grade, 7th grade. And y'all run around in the black community just losing y'all mind over a presidency. And y'all ain't saying nothing about your local congressman. I ain't seeing none of y'all like, man, we got to make sure we got our Congress is taken care of. Nobody's talking like that in the black community. Man, I got to make sure we got the right city councilman, the right treasurer this election. I don't hear black people saying none of that. None of that. But y'all crying over the president and who's going to be president. That's important. But remember, we got 3 branches of government, not 1. Yeah, it's embarrassing. Since he's from D.C., he should automatically know what DJ put up there. And you're absolutely correct. The president is just a figurehead for corporations these days anyway. Corporations and Congress runs the United States. I'm gonna say that again. Corporations with their lobbyists and Congress runs the United States. Killer Mike is the person who is saying something about it. Yep. Shout out to Killer Mike. Thank you guys for joining the Patreon. If you guys don't mind, at least 2 guys or ladies join the Patreon this evening. Appreciate you, as well as appreciate on the Cash App. Let me show some love to my man T-Mac with a $10 Cash App. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. Let's get back to the video. My man was bringing the energy. Like, come on, dude. Here we go.
I can answer that. Well, that's why I said that's the whole purpose of this thing. Is like, is my vote even going to even matter? Because I don't care.
It will.
That's what I'm saying, and that's what a lot of the consensus is saying. But my thing is, now I'm gonna ask you a question. Don't get emotional. I just want to ask the question, and I just need you to just answer this question. What is Kamala's platform based on? What does she say she's gonna do once she becomes president? Because I'm not clear on it.
Oh, the two things that I'm not clear on, also because I kind of agree with that. I really wish you put it to the pedal to the metal about putting a plug in that wall. Number one, because that's the platform he's running on, and also being able to make sure that, let's say, how can she win? Just give us a $2,500 check and put a plug in the wall. But as far as what she's trying to do, she's trying to bring us back together. She's trying to do whatever is necessary that Biden started, and she has her own platform. She's not Biden. She's going to do her own thing.
Well,
but
that's
at the same
point.
time, she can't. And here's the deal: if she tells you, have you noticed everything she said in the beginning? Trump is now saying. She's smart. She's not going to tell you every part of everything she's going to do, because everything she said in the beginning, Trump has changed, and now he's saying he's going to do it. This is hustle, man. This is politics.
But that's my point. Then why can't? Because I've tried. This is why I'm telling you I'm undecided. Every interview I've watched, I've never seen her answer a direct question.
And every interview you watched about Trump, has Trump ever answered a direct question?
Absolutely. Even if he lies, he's still answering a direct question. I'm gonna build a wall. We're gonna do it. He's answering questions. Kamala, I'm not even clear on
Kamala.
I'm sorry, Kamala. Kamala, I'm not even clear on what it is she's doing and where she stands. And then here's my other issue, because I've been a Democrat all my life, right? Now I call myself independent.
So true, Will. So true.
When Biden was running, everybody was Biden. And then they just shuffled him off into the closet and threw Kamala up in the front. Up in the front. And nobody knows what that. She's like looking around going, okay, I'll do it. Nobody even knew anything about her, what her position was on anything.
Everybody knew everything about her as a prosecutor that she was before she got there, bro. That's another narrative that you picked up. You picked up the same narrative that they pushing, bro.
I'm talking about as a vice president.
But we're talking about what you just said. I'm speaking on what you just said, and no one knew who she was. Everyone knows who she is and was. But here's the deal: in answering your question, Joe is kind of, how can I say? Everyone recognized that he was losing it. Everyone recognized that he wasn't all there. You understand? So he's man enough, strong enough, smart enough to be able to say, you know what? At first he said, no, I'm going to the end. No, I'm good. And finally, he gave in. But what did he do? He put a black woman up. He put a black woman on the pedestal, son. That's how strong and smart he is. He didn't even go to anybody else. He didn't try anything else.
So
he put a black woman on the pedestal, and we can't even embrace that, yo.
No, it's not about embrace. This is the issue I have. This is why I live in the Matrix. I'm looking at y'all from over here. Like y'all
about that.
To an emotional conversation.
If
you have a heart surgery and your doctor, you're either gonna pick the black doctor or you're gonna pick the best doctor. I don't care if the doctor's from India, Sri Lanka.
I agree. The best doctor. Who's the best candidate? The criminal or the prosecutor?
But aren't they all criminals, though?
No, bro. Who is the best candidate for president? It's only two: the criminal, the convicted criminal, or the prosecutor. Which one?
Well, in my opinion, go ahead.
You're talking about, you could say the former president or the prosecutor, and additionally, Kamala never won. Hold on.
Criminal. He's a convicted criminal. He's a convicted criminal.
You've been talking quite a bit. Kamala never won even one primary. Kamala. Okay, the woman who's going to lose on November, she has never won one primary.
Wait, where you at, son? Where you living? Because you ain't in America, right?
He is in America.
Never won one primary.
You in America? Where you at in America? I like to beat you.
No. I just
like to pull up.
This person never won one primary in the Democratic
Lord
Party.
have mercy.
So if she can't even win one primary in 2020, why should I consider voting for her? I wasn't going to vote for her in 2020. I voted for Biden in the Democratic election, in the primary. I didn't vote for her.
Did you vote for her in the primaries? Just
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I voted for Biden because it hadn't flipped yet. I'm an early voter.
But
and
what
now
in 2020?
I just voted for her Monday because I voted through the mail.
Back with the sun.
So, I voted for Biden in 2020 in the primary. I did not vote for Kamala. And again, 2020, Kamala did not win even one primary. So,
true.
You're having somebody who actually won primaries.
But she was smart. She was strong enough for the president that won to make her his vice president.
So
it must
Quayle
be
was strong.
Something there.
Quayle. If you're going to go on that logic, then Quayle was strong. I wouldn't say Quayle was strong.
Quayle?
He was a loser. Quayle. Remember Quayle in 92?
Dude. I'm 68, son. I remember it all.
Okay, so then you're saying you take that same logic for Quayle. I wouldn't agree with
No,
that.
I'm not saying that's your version, son. That's your version.
I'm talking
that ain't
about
mine.
Quayle. Quayle's an idiot.
That's your version. That ain't mine.
So that's an emotional statement.
Do I look emotional now? Earlier
yes.
I was emotional.
Yes,
do I look emotional now?
And I need to.
Do I sound emotional
I need to
now?
say another point.
See, you've already let me know who you are, so I don't have to get emotional to prove who you are, son.
Who is the emotional person? Please write it in the chat.
Who gives a fuck? Write it in the chat, please. Put one for me.
In the
Put
chat,
one for me. Not only I'm emotional, I'm actually a winner. Whoever you are, dude, that's thinking about your taxes and not thinking about the actual civil war that Trump is trying to create here in America, and that you probably ain't ready for, but me and my people are. You understand?
We ready for a civil war? Just like me, you ready for a civil war? Say it ain't so.
Are you're not taking this seriously? You actually don't hear what he's saying. You actually don't hear what his minions are saying.
I'm gonna go back to that. I'm gonna go back. Let me
hold on a minute. Hold on, watch this. What? Go ahead.
You drinking out of your blue cup?
You know.
He's drinking the Kool-Aid out of his blue cup.
Callie, you know.
That's a good point, Magic.
Let me
that's a
say
good
this.
point.
Let me say this to keep this, because I told you I would argue both sides. So you're arguing Kamala, so I'm going to argue Trump. Okay?
No, I'm really not. It makes me sick to know that you, a black man, is going to argue Trump.
If you voted for Trump, I would argue Kamala.
No, but you don't have to be the middleman. You don't have to play devil's advocate, bro. You really don't.
But you got to understand. It's like these are the only two choices we have, so I'm trying to figure out who is the better choice. And if you think a person's a better choice just because they're a female,
don't even put that out there, son. Hold up. Did you hear me say that? Did that come out of my mouth?
No.
Yes.
Not. The females is.
See, there we go.
Anywho, the what came out of my mouth had nothing to do with a female or black. It's the candidate. She's qualified. She's more qualified than any other candidate that's been out there. More qualified than anyone that was running.
I got to give you the solo cam. Based on what makes her the most qualified?
Dude, you know what?
I need to hear this.
My job is not to be a job in trying to promote Kamala Harris. My thing is getting on here, debating this fool that literally was talking. He's letting us know, as a black man, he's going to vote for Trump. So
I didn't say who I'm going to vote for.
Let me make it clear. I'm going to make it clear. Here's the deal. It's not that she's a woman. It's not that she's black. It's just that he has proven to be such a fool. He's proven to listen. We're dealing with World War III. We're dealing with having to. Russia, China. We have actually 38 wars going on right now. In case you don't know it, 38 wars around the world are going on.
Pause. I can leave you. Walk right into my next question. This is strictly for you. Now, I want you to think about the answer. Don't scream. Don't point. Just think about the answer. You just made my exact point for me. If we are going into World War III,
right?
We have Xi Jinping in China. We got Putin in Russia. We got
Right.
Israel dealing with Iran over there.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think these dignitaries are going to respect more?
Well, here's the funny thing. No, I got your answer already. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, give me. I need to hear it. Trump.
First of all, he's already been played. He's been played.
You're going emotion. I'm asking you a question right now today. Let's take away 30 years ago, yesterday, last week. I'm talking about right now. If Biden, if Harris or Trump wins, who do you think the other world powers are going to respect more?
Who's going to win? Who's going to win? Kamala Harris is going to win, number one. They have already played him out of pocket. He's used already. They realize he's a fool. They played him to the point where now they can't get any more from him.
You dodging, you dancing.
I just answered the question. I said Kamala Harris.
So you're saying
that's the answer. Kamala Harris.
I'm just making clear. So you're saying that.
Let's be clear. Kamala Harris.
I got you. But you're saying Xi Jinping is going to respect Kamala Harris more than Trump.
He's going to have to. You know why? Kamala Harris has the military. Kamala Harris has us. We are America. Whomever is in the position has us.
Okay. Now
we are America. So the deal is how you handle them. They have already played him out of pocket, son. He's already the joke.
Let me knock that back over the net. So let me ask you this then. If that's the case, do you know that Xi Jinping has been in office for 30 years? I'm going somewhere. Do you know that Putin's been in office for 30 years?
And you say that to say what?
I say that to say this. When they look at America, they go like, "You're only going to be here for 4 years, 8 years." So your hands are tied, and you got a Congress and a Senate that ain't gonna let shit you do get done. We get shit done in China. We get shit done in Russia. Y'all don't get shit done. So I'm not really even tripping because in 4 years you'll be out of here. So that's the way they look at it. So how much can either of them do when the other side is going to block them from every single move they make? That's what they did to the greatest president ever, Barack Obama.
Exactly.
They tried everything to block him, to stop him from his greatness. Everything he set out to do, they set out to block him.
And during his 8 years, there was no world war, was there?
There was no world war, but he stopped 3 wars. There was a war.
That's my point. So therefore, give Kamala the opportunity because Trump has already been played out of pocket. They already know he's a fool. They already know they can't get any more out of him because we won't back him simply because he's already sent love letters to Kim Jong-un. He's already let you know he's loving, Putin. He respects the man, the Superman. You understand? He talks about another motherfucker's dick. How in the fuck? He talks about a baseball player's dick. Get the fuck out of here. This punk ass. And his son's the drug head. All right.
Let's keep this spirit. Let's keep it cool without me getting demonetized.
All right.
Man. I already got some
respect.
Maybe super chats. They ain't even tapping in because this is such a hot button.
Oh man, give that man some money. Give up the super chats. Come on, give up the likes. Give up the super chats. You understand? This is good conversation.
Absolutely. And if you just me live, that's the name of your channel.
Yeah, that's one. But also let me say this too.
If you guys follow this, make sure you subscribe to his channel, man, because everybody has the right to believe what they want to believe and then what they want to do. Let me tap in what my brother says. Just me live. Thank you. How do you trust someone with 34 conditions, statewide abortion bans, inside storm the Capitol, wants to end presidential term limits? Now, that is my blood brother. We come from the same mother. That's my blood brother. I disagree with him, and we disagree on things all the time. But the point is valid. Like the point he's saying, if you take certain things that Trump has stood on, you can use that all day.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
When you go into the overall thing,
I would
of
never
what he's
subscribe.
talking about and what's changed and what's strong. The main thing that I believe, and you tell me if I'm wrong.
I was thinking the same thing,
gentlemen. The main thing, or two main things that we care about more than anything. It's the economy and it's the border.
Right.
It's the economy and it's the border, right? Can we agree on that?
And I wish she would talk about it, but she can't. You know why? Because as soon as she says it, Trump the next day will say the identical thing. That's all you have to do is watch the pattern, bro. I get what you're saying. And I want her to say it too. I swear to God I do. But I watch the pattern. Everything she says she's going to do, he ends up coming out the next day with his whole team and his whole playbook, and they say the same thing. Listen to what he's recently said. I'm the father of IBF. This man is sick. He's deranged, and he should not be in a position to hold the presidency of the United States. He's not qualified. As a matter of fact, here's the deal. Legally, he's not qualified either because he created an insurrection.
Hold on. But 3 months ago, a man with Alzheimer's, he was okay. Y'all was cool with him.
No, we were cool until we found out he had Alzheimer's.
All right.
We were cool until, listen, I understand what you're saying, but we didn't know. I mean, think about it. If we've watched them, we kind of saw a few little things happening. But when he had that debate and he really showed what was going on, and everybody went, nope, time to go. At least he thought about it. He fought for a minute. Then he said, you know what? I concur. I'm gonna put.
He was forced out. Let's be honest. He was forced out.
I kind of agree. Yeah, I kind of agree, but I can't because I wasn't there. I can't say.
You had Barack over here. You had what's his name over here, and you had
True that.
True
that. I get what you're saying, but here's the deal: did he make the right decision, though, bro?
Did they make the right decision?
Did he? No, it was ultimately his decision. Did he make the right decision to bow?
If you want to look at it,
and martial arts is called Dow. He dowed out.
If you want to look at it that way, but was that really his decision? Because a week before he conceded, him and his wife were talking about how good he was, how he wasn't stepping down.
True.
He refused to step down, and all of a sudden, he just got to change of heart overnight.
No, it's not that he had to change of heart. He actually listened to everybody in his ear. There was so many.
That was in his ear before that, and he was bucking. But the bottom line is, it's like, this is why I tell you I'm undecided, and I know it bothers you, but it's just like, I don't really care for either one of them in the sense that I believe that I can go full on convicted. Barack Obama, I'm full on convicted with him 100%, whatever he does or says. These two, it's just up in the air. But if I have to choose between either one, I want the one that's gonna get the most worldwide respect. You got to remember, Barack Obama was the most disrespected president. He was in the middle of his dress. He was in the middle of his dress. Somebody jumped up. You lied. That's never happened in the history of the presidency. Yeah. You had the mayor of Nevada pointing their finger, shaking her head. They treated him so bad. Then when the police officer got, this is the thing I didn't like about Barack Obama. When the police officer got dogged out by the white officer or whatever it was a congressman or something, he set it up, let's have a beer. Like, nah, man, that dude needs to be handled. That needs to be taken care of. And the only thing about Barack Obama, I understand he was the Jackie Robinson of presidents. He could not be jumping out all radical. He had there's something it's an acquired taste. It's like, I believe it takes a light-skinned black.
He had to play the game, and he did, right?
Exactly, because America can only take so much. I get that.
But he set it up for her.
Rose.
Don't forget, it was supposed to be a female president.
He set it up for Hillary. He didn't set it up for her.
I get what you're saying, but he set it up for her because Hillary didn't hit. It's her. Now, whatever he set up, whether it was Hillary or anybody else, she is the one that's making the hit. She is the one. Now, I personally just wish she would tell, like what you said, but she ain't said nothing wrong. That's the main thing. She hasn't said anything wrong.
Nothing. All I need is a good, solid.
No, you just need two answers. I get you. You need those two answers.
I just need, here's my thing. Now, let's go with the border. Like, she was supposed to be in charge of the border. I don't know the details of it because somebody argued.
No, but she wasn't. No. See, you're talking about border czar again, and that's not a fact.
I don't know the details.
That's not a fact, bro. But if you don't know the details, don't talk.
I displayed I don't know the details. But what I am saying is, whatever happened on the border, she was in office. Whatever happened with the economy jumping up 20, 30.
Was she the president, bro? No. Was she the president? So she cannot make the decisions, number one. Number two, she wasn't a border czar. She wasn't in charge of the border. The president make those decisions. Don't forget, they already tried to do that. They tried to fix the border thing, but Trump told his people, do not allow this to pass. Save it for us.
Glad you brought that up. See, that's what I'm saying, These are the same talking points I have with everybody when I do my debate, because I debate.
It's all good, bro.
Dude, he said,
Yep,
just think
absolutely
about that.
correct, Ronnie.
If Trump
That's
is
so
in a
true.
Political party, and he's not even the president.
True.
He's
Yeah.
not even nominated to do that. That's the kind of step
Power.
in line.
The power. That's the kind of power
Whatever you
from
call it.
peons. That's the
Whatever
power to get peons,
X.
to get poopas, to get dingleberry suckers
Gen Zers.
to follow him.
Whatever you call that, it works, and it's working, and that's why he didn't even have to really go through any major debates. And
Exactly.
you're going to mention he didn't debate.
He went through payola. He paid everybody. He also got shit on everybody. Number two. Number three, here's the deal. It ain't gonna work. It's over. It's over.
Well, hey, on November 7th, I'm gonna do a live stream. You better bring your butt right back on here.
You know what? I'm gonna be here, brother.
I want to hear what you got to say now. I'm not saying on the internet.
I definitely want to say something real quick. Again, I have over 700 black students, and overwhelmingly, I would say 80% of them are.
God bless them.
80% of them are going to be voting for Trump. They're all black males.
And see, there you go with that rhetoric, spewing your rhetoric over the internet, over my dude's channel.
Rhetoric.
There you go, spewing your propaganda over my dude's channel.
Not propaganda.
See, you one of them leeches, man. You understand what I'm saying? You one of them zero.
Why are we going in with the attack?
Because you heard what he just said. I have over 700 students.
You said God bless them, and you said God bless them. So you said God bless 80% of these guys who are going to be
But
zero. You're a zero,
guys
son.
In the chat, do you want 4 more years of somebody like this?
Listen to him. There you go. Pimping to the chat.
Couldn't have been me. We've been doing this channel, all of us, you guys and me and Andrea. We've been together for 6 years. This up and coming April. You can go through 6 years of footage on 4 YouTube channels that we had. You'll never see this type of childishness on any of our channels, on any video ever. I refuse to let anybody that has a point or a counterpoint belittle, disgrace, try to shame somebody else because their opinion is different. I talk about step parents at times. That doesn't mean that you guys who are in loving step parents relationships need to go divorce your woman. No. You might be one of the anomalies where it's all working out. And I have to respect that there's some good mothers with kids out there. Even though I may have my opinion, but that's not my place to shame and put down a brother. I live outside the country. I'm not going to sit back and shame all the brothers and sisters that are still on the plantation. No. And Theo's correct. Theo is just giving a statistical analysis. That's the irony of it. Theo had already said, I'm not telling who I'm voting for. He never said who he was voting for. He said 80% of my students are voting for. He just giving a statistical analysis. All of a sudden, Theo is all these punks and get the F out of here and da-da-da-da, all this unnecessary. Bruh, I'm going to tell you something. This right here is why black men can't stand niggas and niggas can't stand black men. That's why you'll never see me on a panel when it's full of niggas. I love my brother Razor Ray. You will never see me on a Razor Ray panel when it's full of niggas. I love my brother Austin Holloman. You will never see me on his panel when it's full of niggas. And any channel I've been on, as soon as niggas show up, that's when I bail out. I could be on somebody's live stream for 2 hours. As soon as a nigga show up, I'm out. Why? I'm a black man. Why? Black men and niggas are like oil and water. We never get along. Niggas don't read books. Niggas don't understand stats and analysis. Niggas, everything is about emotions. Niggas talk like their single mamas taught them to talk. Everything's got to be feelings and emotions and talking loud and over talking and not hearing what the other person's point is. Do you ever notice, Andre, if you guys have seen me on any other panels or platforms, what is the one thing I keep in my hand? A pen. You know why I keep a pen and a piece of paper in my hand? Because niggas like to talk. And I just write down all the bullshit that the nigga said. I ain't arguing. I won't interrupt. Let the nigga talk. And then I break his back in with his own points. That's why I keep a pen. That's why I always tell dudes, do not go on live streams. I don't care who it is. I don't care if you're Anton Daniels or whoever it is that's doing the debate. I always got a piece of paper with me. I'm always writing down. I'm not going to sit up here and memorize everything that niggas have to say, because half the stuff I don't even want to hear what the nigga got to say anyway. Now, if I'm talking to a black man and we're having a counterpoint discussion, I'm talking to another black man, cool. We ain't got to agree, but at least we know how to respect each other as black men and black women. But niggas, old niggas, young niggas, I don't F with y'all. Ever. Y'all get off the plane. I see y'all niggas. There go some niggas over there. Me and Andrea look at those more niggers. And then we see all these black men and women get off the plane and we be so excited and so happy. I do not F with niggas. I don't. I'm done. I love black people, but I can't stand niggas. Like I said, niggas was the one that used to shoot up the parties when black people are having fun. Niggas was the one that used to laugh at you for reading a book in high school and passing all your grades. Niggas out there getting the sisters pregnant, not black men. Niggas. They having sex with niggas and don't want to admit that that's who they having sex with. Then they want to blame us black men for what niggas is doing to them. So if you ever want to know, is Andre prejudiced? Yes, I am prejudiced against niggas. I love black people. I love hanging out with black people and enjoying black people. I love being a black man. Niggas can't get 5 seconds of my time. I would have been if Theo was better than Theo and Richie Mack was better than me. Way better than me. I would have gave that nigga 5 seconds of my time. As soon as I heard that nigga rhetoric, not his points. I'm going to say this again. Not his points. There was nothing wrong with making your points. Standing firm on your beliefs. Nothing wrong with that. But when you start to insult people and put them down and come, oh man, F that. No, see, now you're a nigga, right? Now, okay. Now you're doing nigga moves. You're doing everything that racists and single mothers taught you how to do. Everything that a racist would hope that you would do, and the method in which you communicate is the same way that single mothers talk. And stop me when I'm lying. Over talking, think that if they raise the pitch or the volume, their point is valid. Cracking jokes on you, trying to make their point valid. Trying to feed into their narrative or jump from point to point to point to point and never answering a question directly. That's what single mothers do. They never answer the question directly. You ask them about A, they're talking about F, D, and Q. I couldn't have did it, Theo. You bit it. I don't know if Theo's still here. You're a bigger man than me, Theo. Soon as I saw that nigga behavior coming up, I'd have left that stream so fast, they'd have thought my Wi-Fi was acting up. I'll tell you how I've done it. I'll tell you how I've done it. True story. I'll be on a panel, and as soon as I see niggas show up, I will purposely Kid you not, true story. I will purposely cut myself out of a live stream in the middle of talking. I'll say this again. I will purposely, or I'll be talking as if I'm making a point, and they don't know I'm moving my mouse over myself. And as soon as I'm making these points and and I'm saying, and I'll say it calmly, and all of a sudden, like in the mid-sentence, I disappear like a magician. Like I'm Lord of the Rings and I put the ring on and I just disappear. Like I'm Frodo. That's how I'd have did it. If I was Theo, I'd have been Frodo from the Lord of the Rings. I'd have just threw the ring on and just motherfucking appear like I was Smeagol. My precious. I've done that several times. Instead of saying, I'm up out of here, I ain't dealing with this, man, y'all tripping. We ain't about to do all that. I'll purposely wait until it's my turn to talk. I kid you not, I've done this a few times. I'll purposely wait until it's my turn to talk. And I'll probably be like, yeah. And then as I was saying, the politicians were. And I'll sit back and I'll watch the live stream and they'll be like, well, maybe Andre, something happened to his Wi-Fi. He might be back on in a few moments, guys. And I never come back. I'll be in the car somewhere driving down the street with Andrea, and the live stream will still be going with them guys, with them niggas on it. I'm gone. I'm out the house somewhere. I'm gone. I've done that a few times. I'll purposely do that. Purposely. I don't be rude to the host. Man, why y'all talking crazy? I'm not rude to the guys, the niggas that they bring on. As soon as I see that nigga behavior pop up, in other words, that sign language. If you wonder what I'm talking about, that nigga behavior, shame, insult, guilt, need to be right, attacks on another man. As soon as I see that nigga behavior, I'll wait till my turn to talk and I'll be setting up my mouse. And as soon as I get in the middle of the conversation and I maybe get like 10 words in, and all of a sudden in the middle of words, I may be on the 5th syllable, click, and I drop from the live stream. And I never come back. Ever. That's why you guys don't see me on too many panels. And then when you do see me on panels, it's full of black men and women. No niggas allowed. Ever. I don't allow niggas on this channel, and I don't go to channels with niggas. I'll say that again. I don't allow that nigga shame, insult, guilt, and need to be right behavior on this channel, and I do not go to other channels that do that on a regular basis. That's why I say you'll see me send super chats to my brother Razor Ray in Austin. You'll see me make sure that them brothers looked out for. You see me always say drop the link because there's Razor Ray. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. But as far as being on there, when the last time y'all saw me on Razor Ray's with a bunch of them niggas? Never. And I've sent hundreds to Razor Ray. Never been on this channel, ever. I've sent at least $1,000 to Razor Ray, easy $1,000. I ain't never been on that brother channel. And I respect everything that he does. Austin, same thing. That was me picking up Austin from the airport and then taking him at 1 o'clock in the morning back to the airport. Days later. That was me. Have I ever been on Austin show? With niggas? No. With black men? Yes. Never. Ever, man. Can't stand that. I can't stand that shame, insult, guilt, need to be right behavior. That's sign language among black men and black women. If you can't make your point, you can't make your point. Just suck it up and then go on to the next point. But don't try to shame somebody. No, I came on the panel because this brother, you don't know that man. That man, all he said was, out of all my students, about 80% of them, from when I'm talking to them, said that they're going to vote for Trump. And now you just come on this man's show to insult another black man. As hard as Richie Mack tries to bring a peaceful behavior to a peaceful community where brothers can just get along and do a live stream. As much hard as Richie Mack tried to do that, this dude to come on here and just forget about Richie Mack's algorithm. I'm a cuss because I want to cuss. I don't care nothing about your algorithm, Richie Mack. That's how the brother did it. I don't care if your video get demonetized with all my profanity, Richie Mack. I'm going to say it how I want to say it anyway. I've had people tell me when I was on their channel, the audience is like, man, Andre's kind of like controlled behavior on your channel. And they'd be like, the audience said that you're controlled. I say, I am. I'm on your channel. This is not my channel. You can talk like you do on your channel. No, I can't. If I talk like I do on my channel, your video might be demonetized. Don't ask me to do that. I've said that to YouTubers. I talk the way I talk because I could do that on my platform. It is not my job to come on another YouTuber's platform and just throw around all type of curse words and don't think about that person can be demonetized because of my big ass mouth. I think about stuff like that. That's why when you guys see me on other platforms, I'm well-mannered. I act like I got more sense on their channels than I act like sometimes on my channel. I can do what I want on mine, but I'm not about to disrespect some other man's channel or woman's channel. No. Even if they ask me to. No. No, hell no. That's probably what ticks me off the most about this. This dude didn't take 4 seconds to think about Richie Mack, the algorithm, as well as how it's going to impact Richie Mack's channel when it comes to all that vulgarity. Let's go back to the video.
Pimping, pandering to the chat. Little poop butt ass motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here.
The language.
Hold up, man.
I love drink your blue cup. But I need to know what's in the cup, though. I think that might have something to do with it.
He talking to
that's a $100 vodka.
That's the vodka talking. But I love your passion though. I love the passion.
Respect. Right, you know, hey Richie, I just want to say respect. I've been watching you for a couple of years, you understand? And my dude, I convinced my dude to go over there. He came into some money and he rolled over there simply because of me watching you and the rest of the crew, you know, Guap and all the rest of everybody with the manosphere, which I don't know how the fuck he got in there. Anyway, but I've been watching you and I put my dude on and he took a trip. He took 2 trips. The sad thing is the second trip, he came back. Oh man, he came back. Shit.
You got his heart broke?
No, bro. He came back with cancer. Now he can't walk. So it's like I'm looking. I hate to say it, but I'm looking forward to my first trip over there. Was supposed to be the fantasy and the party, but it may be me taking him on his last trip.
Well, I'm telling you, if you ever picked a place to die, this would be the place. That I can tell you. This would be the place because you don't want to die in the Matrix, man. You know?
Oh no.
Yeah, you don't want to die in the Matrix, man. You want to enjoy yourself. But you know what? I love the spirit of debate, man, because people got their opinions, man, and I love it. Barry Hamilton said deflection. Yeah, so the thing of it is, this is the reason why I did this stream, because I'm trying to figure out which way I want to go. And when I hear your passion and all that, I love the passion. But I'm just looking for the substance under the passion. I got the icing, but give me the cake. Like I want to know like, how do you think with if Kamala wins? He said you're doing the brown sugar. Kamala. You know it's funny. I always say that name wrong, and people always.
So good.
That's a shit. So Kamala. What do you see her first year in office looking like?
I think she's going to plug that hole first because she's not talking about it, and that's Trump's thing. You know what I mean? And she's going to surprise everybody. She's smart. You understand? I don't think she's missing a beat at all. It's just a matter she's going in her chronological order, not to follow lead by anything anyone's telling her to do. You know what I'm saying? But it's on the plate. I'm sure she's looking at it every day. Like, I really want to fix this. But if she says how she's going to fix it, that's what Trump is going to turn around the next day and say. Exactly.
All right, here's my question. Here's my question. Now I got that. Now, if she's the next in line, and she's under Biden, and Biden has conceded her being president, why wouldn't they plug all that up now while they're in office? So they can say, we did it before the dude got here.
Dude,
why would they do that now?
I wish, dude. I'm telling you, I wish the same thing. Like, she would surprise us, and tomorrow that shit is plugged. But don't forget, she's not the president. She can't override, even though she can tell the president, "You really need to do this." She's not the president. It's not her job.
I understand that, but she's the president-elect, correct? Is that fair to say?
No. Well, she's not. I get what you're saying, but she can't make any motions now. That's within.
I got you, but I got a better question then. Okay. Let's go with your theory. She can't make any decision. Why would Biden not allow her to make that decision?
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm on your side there. I wish she could just fix it, but it's still it's a human thing. You understand? It's a thing where literally, you got people that have already traveled to get there. That's going to be on the other side of that fence. That's going to be dying. The first kid that dies, they're going to blame it on her. Or him. The first kid that died, when they plug the hole before she becomes president, the first child that dies on the other side, they're going to blame it on us and on her and on him. So it's a catch-22 situation. I mean, it's rough, but here's the deal. I will be glad when this is over, because we're going through too much. And believe me when I tell you, they have let you know they are going to start something. Don't forget, I'm DC, bro. I mean, our armory is being set up right now for the actual military to be there. The military will be in the army. And under, you got to understand laws. The military can't just jump out and do anything. There has to be a phone call from the mayor. She's got to make that phone call. And then there has to be a process. So when they're setting up now so they can make sure there will not be another January 6th. And there will be some drama. It's going to be stuff around the country because people ain't going to like it. They're going to be some of these country cowboys, these bumpkins, man, they're going to be pissed the fuck off. They're going to be angry. But the deal is this: life goes on. But if we go on and be positive and be happy and have an optimistic outlook, instead of someone trying to tell you that they're going to kill, or everybody that went against him, he has said, "I'm going to lock you up." Kamala is not saying that. She's not saying that if you didn't like me. She said, I'm going to be a president for all of you. I'm just saying she's got to get a chance. Here's the deal. There's no way I will vote for him. That's the main thing. There's no way I will vote for this guy that created an insurrection that wants to destroy the Constitution of the United States. And they're already convicted. What is it, 34 counts? Already convicted. Already has been had to pay how many millions of dollars to he's been a trick. That trick with a prostitute while his wife was pregnant.
Here we go and all of that.
Yes, while his wife was pregnant.
I understand all that, but that's all emotional conversation. Like, every man at some point or another has had some kind of transgression.
I got game, man. I ain't really emotional about that shit. That's whatsoever.
But I hear the same stories. He did have 34 convictions. There's a lot of cases that he beat too. But my point is,
but wait a minute. How many judges did that deny him? How many was it?
Every last one.
60 something judges. Oh my God! Come on, man.
Yeah, they did, which is why he's not in office, and he tried. And the thing of it is,
and why we got to keep him out of office?
Well, why is he so popular? Should be the question. If you can throw up all, you gotta understand where we come from. You're the same age as my brother.
Why is he so popular?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say, why is he so popular? Because you got to understand, back in the day, you remember, you from DC, you know,
The Apprentice.
Anytime there was any kind of sexual scandal with any kind of political person, they would they never made it to the primaries. So now it's a whole different internet world. It's almost like the worse shit you do, the more popular you are. So that's kind of like where we're at here with this. But the thing I'm saying to you is, it's like, if we get past the emotion and he did this to his wife, he did that and all of that stuff, I want to know what Kamala is going to do so I can say, yes, I'm not.
Here's the question. What is Trump going to do? Have you asked yourself that question?
Yeah, I already answered that.
I don't want to hear your answer. Anyway, bro.
No, that's not
Richie,
the way you behave.
Richie,
That's not
Richie,
the way.
I was speaking to Richie, so I'm not speaking to you. Let's be clear. I'm not speaking to you.
I think we need
I'm
speaking to Richie.
Hold on. I know. Hold on. You're speaking to the pocket too now. Let's be fair. You got the pocket going too. But let's do this. We got to be, especially to Theo. He's a friend of mine. You're a subscriber. I wouldn't want him to talk to you crazy anyway. You don't call him all kind of things that ain't even necessary. You know what I mean? He you asked him for a question. He answered it. And then you still gave him the business. So it's like this is what I'm talking about. Like, how do we get shit done if we busy doing that? You know what I mean? Okay, I'll say, what's the Champion Heart say? Drop the link. I dropped it 3 times. I'm gonna drop the link again. So you guys, I'm taking you, unmute you again. We just got to be respectful in the chat. That's all I care about, man. Because we all can be heard. But I'm still waiting. I know, and you've answered.
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna apologize to you, brother.
Thank you.
I'm gonna apologize to you because I am passionate about this, and because you're a black man, honestly, I just cannot see any black man or black person not getting what Project 2025 is about. They mentioned his name, I think 309 times in this thing. So the point is, when he says he doesn't know anything about Project 2025, it's like, how can you even believe him when he says he doesn't know about it when he is it? And then knowing that there's no future for black people based on that plan, based on that playbook, there's no future for us. They want to put us back in chains, bro. So my apologies to you, because again, I'm passionate about it, and I don't mean to disrespect you specifically, but I think I would disrespect anybody, any black man that don't get it.
Well, I don't get it. I appreciate your opinion, but I still, I've been on for 2 hours, and I still don't have an answer on what Kamala's doing.
But what do you think Trump is going to do, Richie?
Oh, Grizzo's here. Cameron Jones is here. Okay, we got some people that want to step up now. When I bring you up, I need to know whose side you on, so I know where we're going with this and then how we going. But we're gonna start with Cameron. Cameron, what's going on, brother?
Hey, how you doing, Travel G?
What's going on,
man?
You know what's going on over here?
Oh, yeah. I wanted to jump.
Before these gentlemen start speaking, this is a good point that Theo made. If he wanted to put black men in chains, it would have happened from 2017 to 2021. Do you guys know what did happen during that time period? Trump was the first president. Obama had started the process, but Trump was truly the first president to change the federal guideline conspiracy laws. The ones that were set up by Biden and the administration during the Clinton time period that caused me to be in jail for 10 years. Meaning that if you are part of any crime, I don't care if you are part of it for 4 seconds, you are convicted as if you are part of the crime from the beginning. I was convicted for being a part of an enterprise for 1 day. They could prove 1 day. Conspiracy and racketeering laws said this at that time period: you are going to be convicted as if you were there for our 2-year investigation. Under the Clinton Bush, Obama administration, if I had gotten arrested during any of those administrations, I would have got 10 years. Just like I got 10 years during the Clinton administration. Under the Trump administration, I would have got 18 months probation. I'm going to say this again to all you want to talk about the black man being back in chains with Obama. Like I said, I'm not saying who I'm voting for. I'm talking about the 2017 Trump. I don't know what the 2024 Trump is going to do, but I can tell you when it comes to black men in chains and all that, Obama had left the brothers in chains. Bush left the brothers in chains. Biden was part of the Senate that came up with the laws to put brothers in chains in the late 80s and 90s. Clinton was the president over that time period. The only president, at least from that one window of talking about black men in chains, the only president that said that these sentencing guidelines, these federal sentencing guidelines aren't fair. I need Congress to come up with some new laws and work with the judicial system to come up with new laws to where these people are not convicted as if they were a part of the whole conspiracy when they weren't. I would have got 11 to 17 months probation if I had done the exact same dastardly deeds under Trump's administration. Why? Because as far as they knew, Andre was there for only 1 day. But under all the other administrations, including Barack's, I got the same 10 years that I did in the feds. So when I hear these dudes talking crazy, like I said, I can't tell you about what 2024 or the Project 2025, and I know about Project 2025. I can't tell you what Trump will do then once it comes down, but I know what he did in the past to get a lot of brothers out of jail. Did he handle those 5 young men that were being convicted? Did he handle that correctly? I don't think he did. But did he handle the conspiracy laws? And a lot of dudes that were still in there for 24 years got out immediately once Trump signed it into law that the conspiracy laws are not fair. And a lot of dudes that still have 5 more years, 7 more years, 8 more years, 10 more years got out of jail immediately during the Trump administration. A lot of black men. Do your homework. But these old fogies, these pawpaws, they don't want to hear that because they never experienced it. They never experienced what it's like to do 10 years in jail for crimes that you had nothing to do with. I was doing crimes in the other states. I just so happened to stop off in this state, say hi to some friends. Next thing I know, I'm in the feds. I'll say that again. Oh, I was doing crimes. I ain't gonna deny that part. But not in that state. And because the snitch saw me 1 day, the way Biden and Clinton had written the laws, I might as well have been there every day for the federal 2-year investigation. And so they sentenced me for a 2-year investigation. And Trump was the only one that said, we're going to change this. Not Obama, not Bush, not Clinton. And I like what Dion said. He said Project 2025 was just put together by a think tank called the Heritage Foundation. Absolutely correct. Who has been around for years. The Democrats have their own think groups or their own think tanks. This is where ideas come from both parties. Absolutely correct. If you know anything about Congress, they're always putting together think tanks. Always. Whenever, before they come out with a bill, they put together a think tank and a group of people that do surveys and research this and research that. Then they put together a bill. Then they hopefully they can present it to Congress, and Congress will try to vote it into law. But that's very common. So to sit back and act like Project 25, look out. Like, wait a minute, pause. There are thousands of think tank not policies, but presentations that are created every year. What the are you talking about? Yeah, he let a lot of black folks out. He did. A lot of people don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about how he handled those 5 young men and it was racist and this and that. I ain't saying that he handled that one the best, but as far as dudes that I know that was locked down 35 years old and was in jail when they started at 21 and they finally out of jail when they had 7-8 more years ago to go, I know them dudes. When Trump let all them brothers go, it was a lot of brothers that got out of the feds because Trump helped change the laws. Okay. You know me, do your research. Think I'm lying. I was waiting for Obama to do something. Nope, he didn't do anything. He couldn't, in his second term, he couldn't do anything anyway for nobody. First term, he didn't do nothing for brothers in the sense of the conspiracy laws. There were other things that he worked on, but the conspiracy laws, he did nothing. Bush did nothing. 2 terms, did do nothing. Clinton, 2 terms, they created the conspiracy laws. So you knew they weren't going to let us out. Trump was the one that let all the brothers out. Ain't nobody want to talk about that part though. Nobody want to talk about that part. Let's get this video 5 more minutes and then we're gonna wrap things up. We've been here 3 hours. And my point of this video was, once again, should U.S. expat vote? I believe yes. Do all expat vote? Nope. Most don't. Almost 98% of expats do not vote. Why? And it don't impact our taxes for the most part. Think about it. The way that the laws are, I know Theo was talking about how, they're going to make the laws even better for expats if Trump gets in, which is cool. But even if they stay the same, for most of us that aren't making Theo type money, most of us still get $126,000 absolutely free, tax-free money. You get that money back. When you file your taxes, you get as an expat, I file my taxes, I get what's called the tax excursion. There's a special form that I fill out. That means I get up to $126,000 of my money back into my bank account. Free, tax-free money. As long as I live out the United States for 330 days a year. On top of that, I get another 16 to 18% discount for anything that has to do with my rent, electricity, car insurance, anything that I have to pay for here in another country. I get all that on the discount, up to $37,000. So now you get not only the tax excursion form filled out, and it increases every year. I'm going to say that again. When I first came to Colombia, it was $108,000. It was 108. When I first lived in Colombia, you got 138,000 tax free. Remember, I said it increases every year. Now for 2024, going into 2025, you get 126,000 tax free. On top of that, another 37,000 for all of. If you're buying new furniture, you're buying a new computer, you're buying anything that you're purchasing, you get up to $37,000 discount on top of that. If you're in school books, material, classes that you pay for, all that's tax deductible. That doesn't include the VAT tax that you get. Anything that you're taxed on in your foreign country, you can get that amount tax back at the end of the year off of your taxes. In other words, every time I go out on a restaurant with you guys, I go to a club, a bar, buy some clothes, buy some shoes. If I still got the receipt and I can prove the taxes, the taxes that's in it for a whole year's worth of receipts, I get that money back, the VAT tax. There's so many tax breaks. That's why up to 98% of U.S. expats do not pay any taxes. We just file taxes. And I'm going to tell you something. Even though your passport says line 4, U.S. expats must file taxes. Bruh, there's only a few of us that ever file taxes. If you think I'm lying, go to Reddit. If you think I'm lying, just go to Reddit, look and Google, do U.S. expats pay taxes? And then look at the comment section. I kid you not. Go to Reddit, do U.S. expats pay taxes? And just read the comment section. And it's full of U.S. citizens saying, man, I ain't filing no time. File no damn taxes. Why? Why should I file no damn tax? Well, y'all sit up there losing y'all mind over taxes. You got U.S. citizens, over 9 million of us, and most of them, I'll get to it when I get to it. The FBAR form, FBAR is how much money you got in your foreign bank account. It's a form that they have us fill out, or we're supposed to fill out. That how much money did you have in your foreign bank account? And most Americans in other countries be like, I ain't filling out that damn thing. Ain't none of your business. I don't live there anyway. I told you I talked to a woman on Reddit. She hadn't filed her taxes in 20 years. Went back to the States, and everybody I talked to said this. Went back to the States, decided to file taxes because she was going to live there now. She said, Dre, I only paid 6 years worth of taxes. She said the U.S. government for expats only go back 4 to 6 years. All that 20, she said, the other 16, the U.S. government sucked it up to the game. The other 14, the U.S. government says, chalk it up to the game. You just owe us taxes for the last 4 years, which was next to nothing. She said, I think I paid $800 in taxes after not paying taxes for 20 years. And I heard story after story after story after story of expats not filing taxes. And when they do, they barely owe anything. That's why expats don't feel like they sweating when it comes to voting. I get to it when I get to it. I kid you not. I wish it was something else. I wish on this side of this side of living in the United States, I could come up with some elaborate, magical reason why expats don't vote and don't file their taxes, even though your passport tells you to. You got expats that like they don't care nothing about their credit line back in the States. And why? I'm not moving back there. You got expats that don't care if their credit is 520. Why? If I got an 800 credit score in my new country or countries, they like, why the hell should I give a damn about my 520 in the United States if I ain't never plan on going back there except to visit? You got a lot of, dude, when you're an expat, you do not think, I think one of the things that's missing is we do not talk seriously about how expats think and see certain things. You become a totally different thinker, dude, when you do not live in the States. A lot of stuff that y'all sweat, we don't sweat. We just don't talk about it. We talk about it among each other, but man, I don't be sweating who president of the United States. And I sweat more about who's the president of Colombia or the president of whatever the country I want to move to compared to who's the president of the United States. If you're an expat, you got a passport, brothers, do not get caught up. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Don't get caught up on the insult part of this election. I'm gonna say this again. If you're a man with a passport, shout out to my man BMT Aaron. I was gonna invite Aaron on this for this live stream for real too. I thought about this earlier when I was putting it together because I remember you put one together a couple weeks ago. Should expats vote? And I remember you singing on your live stream, and I'm paraphrasing, but it really, when you live outside the United States, it will amaze you how your thinking changes as an expat. You just don't see stuff the same. You ain't tripping on stuff the same. In the United States, it's always something to trip on. It's always, gotta be super serious. The politics. Gotta worry about this. When you leave the United States, you're like, I get to it. You didn't vote for Trump? I didn't vote for nobody. He said them Trump tax breaks will provide paradise to passport bros. Let's get it. That's absolutely correct. And that's what Theo's point initially was. He was coming from a passport bro perspective, talking to a man, Richie Mack, who was an expat living in another country, letting Richie know as an expat and Theo as a past and a future expat, guys, there's some benefits that's coming down the line for us expats. Why? Because Zoom to Thailand, no matter what you want to say, it's an expats channel. It's not a channel of U.S. citizens. It's an expat channel who are U.S. citizens. It's an expats channel. Black Men's Travel. It's an expats channel. It's how to live and maneuver and decide where you want to live around the world. No matter what countries you choose. That's exactly what it is. So Theo was saying, hey guys, Trump is saying that he's going to implement tax breaks and tax laws that will help his friends, his rich friends. And since, we're expats too, it'll help us. Just think about it. The United States is only one of two developed countries that still has its U.S. that still has its citizens file taxes. I'll say that again. The United States, there's only two. The United States is one of two developed countries in the world out of the 170 to 200 and I think it's 201 major countries in the world that still has us, according to our passport, file taxes. Now, whether you owe or pay taxes, that's different, but they still have us file taxes. It's one of the few countries in the world that have us fill out the F-bar. That's what's called F-B-A-R, F-bar form. That is the form for you to tell how much did you keep, in my case, how much money did you have in your Colombian bank account this year? It has nothing to do with the price of tea or what's taking place in Colombia. But the United States is one of the few countries in the world that's like, we want to know what was in your bank account. Not that we want some of the money, it's just the fact that we want to know. Other countries don't want that. They don't care what was in your bank account. Colombia only cares about what's in my Colombian bank account because that's how they tax you, by way of your bank account, not just by way of your paycheck. But the United States, according to how Trump wants to do it, he wants to alleviate some of that having to, if you ain't in the States, why should you have to file taxes? You ain't been living here. You ain't taking care of none of these bridges. You ain't taking care. Think about it. 98% of expats don't even owe taxes. They just file taxes. So since we don't owe taxes most of the time, we ain't building your bridges. We ain't building your schools, your hospitals. We ain't paying for no military might. Come on, let's be real. Expats ain't paying for no military might. If 98% of expats don't owe taxes, but we have to file a tax form, we ain't paying for no roads and no bridges. We ain't putting no money into it. None. So Trump is like, listen, since y'all ain't doing nothing for the country anyway, in most countries, y'all ain't got to file taxes anyway. We might as well give y'all like a permanent type of tax break. A tax break that's gonna look out for everybody, not just people that make 126,000. But we're gonna look out for more people. Why is Trump doing that? Because there's an expat vote that's only 2.3%. And if Trump can get the rest of us to go ahead and vote, all of us other expats, the other 90+%, to go, at least some of us, to go out there and vote for him, so be it. I ain't mad at the dude. If the dude looking out for me, and he just asking me to look out for him, I ain't mad at the dude. I kid you not. Now, all you dudes that's back in the States, yes, y'all gonna be all emotional. Kamala, the first black female, the first woman president. I got y'all. I'm with you. I'm not mocking you. I'm not mocking you. I'm with you. But Trump was this and Trump was that. I got you. I'm talking from, like Theo was talking, I'm talking from the expat perspective. This dude was yelling at Theo as if Theo was talking from the U.S. citizen that's still living in the States and struggling perspective. That's, even though Theo was in the States, that's not where Theo was coming from. Theo is always thinking about, A, his exodus. That's all he talks about, is when he leaves the United States. B, your exodus. Theo is always preparing you and getting you ready for when you get ready to leave the United States. Theo never talks on any live stream as if you gonna still be in the States in a few years or he gonna still be in the States in a few years. So for this dude to come at Theo as if Theo was talking from the perspective of a U.S. citizen that ain't going no dang where, he wasn't. He wasn't. And everything I just said over the last 10 minutes, if you notice, everything I said had to do with U.S. citizens that live outside the United States. Everything that I just mentioned about Trump and voting and taxes, all of it is about us that don't live in the States. Not you brothers or sisters and others that plan on remaining in the States full time. And there's nothing wrong with staying back home, but don't be upset if there's a pool of Americans that see certain benefits that Trump is giving to expats and you don't like Trump, but we're expats. What do you expect us to think? How do you expect us to vote then? Let's be real. How do you expect us to vote if you think that, okay, I don't like Trump, but expats are saying, but wait a minute, there's 9 million of us and he's going to be looking out for us. Well, he ain't gonna look out for us back home. We ain't got nothing to do with what's happening back home. I know that hurt y'all a little heart to hear that, huh? We have nothing to do with what's taking place on a daily basis back home, just like you don't have nothing to do with all of us that live outside the United States. The average U.S. citizen don't think about, don't wonder, don't care about, aren't sitting back pondering over us who live outside the United States. Y'all when I was back in the States, I ain't think about American citizens that was living in Italy. I wasn't thinking about American citizens that were living in Taiwan and Thailand, Singapore, Vietnam. I wasn't thinking about not one American that was living in any parts of the continent of Africa, all 54 countries. Every once in a while, I think about an expat if they were like a celebrity. 3 Wu-Tang members moved to whatever country. Wow. Tina Turner is now in Switzerland. Oh, wow. Eve has married somebody and she's moved to London. Madonna's in Michael Jackson in London. You know, when celebrities do it, it kind of come to mind and then it just go over your head. You don't give a dang about what we do as expats. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't think that we supposed to give a dang about everything that's happening to y'all back in the States. Certain things we do, but a lot of stuff that's happening to y'all on a day-to-day basis, we have no control over. We have no 2 cents about it. We keep our mouths shut. We try to tell y'all to get out the country because it ain't gonna get no better, but y'all want to stay there. Nothing wrong with that. Y'all cool on the plantation, but don't get mad at us because we vote for the things that'll benefit us as expats who you don't give a damn about. Just like you don't give a damn about expats, just like you don't give a damn about expats, we ain't giving a damn about on a daily basis what happened to y'all either. It's not our jobs. Our job is to focus on what's happening to us and our families in these new countries. My job is not to, I'm sorry. It was sad what happened to the George Floyds of the United States. As soon as I cut my television off, it went right over my head. I had nothing to do with the protests. I didn't have nothing to do with the daily news headlines, the interview of people. Well, what do you think about the police officers? Do you think they should be arrested? I kid you not. I turned my television off. Dude, January 6th, remember, we still in the middle of the pandemic. Me and Andrea, I think I've told you guys this story before. Me and Andrea, or Andrea and I, had just rented a hotel room on the other side of the city because we were like, man, stuck in the house months. Let's go rent a hotel room this weekend and just enjoy it on the other side of the city. You know, you still got to be locked indoors, but at least, you know, we ain't stuck in the house all day. I'm sitting out there. I had me a beer. I'm sitting on the balcony. We just checked in. We ain't even got our bags unpacked. One of you brothers hit me up on the phone. Bruh, Dre, turn the news on. I remember when the brother said, and he was an African brother. He said, Andre, turn the news on. These white folks have gone crazy. And so I hit my phone and I'm seeing January 6th. And I'm seeing white folks like a god dang fool in Washington. You know what I did? As an expat, kid you not. I turned my phone off and finished my dang beer. I'm sitting out there on the balcony. It was a sunny day. I'll never forget that. Brother hit me up. It was like 5 or 6 of y'all hit me up. I turned the news on CNN. Number of white people running around acting a dang fool. I turned my phone off. I didn't pause. I didn't scroll to see what was going on. I said, click. Put my phone down and pick my glass of beer up. Look back at my Colombian wife. I ain't give a damn. If y'all think that expats in other countries, we were sobbing for January 6th, no, we weren't. We were still going, enjoying our lives, still trying to make it through the pandemic. Ozzy said, that's how I'm trying to be overseas. Kid you not, man. I wish I could put it any other way. We do not trip on what y'all doing over there because y'all don't trip on what we doing. Okay. So y'all sitting around thinking about all what's going on with the brothers and sisters that's relocating to Portugal. No, you ain't. What about all the brothers and sisters that are relocated to Spain or Mozambique or Ghana? Y'all ain't thinking about them brothers and sisters that went to locate to Africa. Y'all might think about it in the sense of like, oh man, they going back to the motherland. Go ahead, sisters and brothers. Y'all might think at it from the heritage point of view, but as far as the expat point of view, y'all don't give a damn about us as expats for real, because you haven't experienced it, so you wouldn't know to care about it. So it is with this election. The few of us expats that are voting, we're voting for our benefits, just like you're voting for your benefits. And for some of you, it may be Kamala. Some of you might be Trump. For some of us expats, it may be Kamala. And for others, or Kamala, or Kamala, or however she pronounces it. And for us expats, it might be Trump. But you can't get mad and throw names around and belittle people and use shame tactics and, man, this F this brother and F that. No, what for? Because once the cameras go off on Richie Mac's show, we expats gonna still vote for us expats. I'm gonna say that again. Once these cameras go off, Richie Mac's cameras go off, and all the other YouTubers go off, guess what? The few of us expats that do vote, we gonna vote for our benefit. And if it's Kamala, so be it. But if it's Trump, guess what? So be it. And that's why Trump is working so hard to get the expat vote, because he already got you Negroes, and he already got you white boys and you Latin dudes. But that ain't enough. He need our votes. And so he needs to do something for us expats to get the vote. And so does Kamala. Both of them had to bring something to the table to expats. Expats, if you vote for me, I'll do this, that, and this. Kamala, expats, if you vote for me, I'll do that, and this. You can't be mad at us because we don't want to vote like y'all vote. Why? Because it doesn't benefit your race? No, our race is expats. I'm going to let y'all know something. There's a whole brand new race that's coming up right around the bend, right around the corner. Whole new race. What's it called? Expats. Made of different colors. Expats. 9 million strong. With the power of 20 states. Say that again. 9 million strong with the voting power of up to 20 states. You think we can't swing an election? Shh. With the power of 20 states? We're voting for our outside of the United States benefits. Don't you ever think that we're sitting back thinking about what y'all doing in the States and then we'll vote based on because y'all say this how the black people in the States are voting. So, and I'm not in the States. Well, we're voting because this is how our white constituents in the States are voting. Guess what? There are white expats that could give less than a dang about their white expat friends or their not expat friends, but their friends and families back in the States. White expats think just like black expats. What will benefit us outside the United States, because the people in the United States are only voting for what will benefit them. Expats look out for expats. And I know that's hurting a lot of y'all little soul, because you ain't never lived outside the United States. You visit other countries and you've traveled to like 10, 15 countries, but you ain't never lived as an expat during an election time outside the United States. And I'm telling you, expats vote for expat benefits. We don't care nothing about no colors. We don't care nothing about no cultures. We don't care nothing about no race. We care about who's going to look out for expats as presidents and congressmen. So if you ever wonder how we think, we do not think like you, because you don't care nothing about us. Nothing. It ain't, U.S. citizens ain't sitting around protesting for expats. Only time y'all might protest for us if like an expat get locked up in Russia and he was innocent, and then we're going to fight to get him out or her out. That's the closest y'all do when it comes to thinking about an expat. So expats realize we got to look out for our own little up and coming race, because the average American citizen don't give a dang about what we doing. Most of y'all mad because we left. How dare you leave the plantation? So if you ever wonder how expats think, we think like Theo think. We think the long game, the for the long haul. We think like Trump gonna give us these breaks, or Kamala's gonna give us this hookup. Okay, bet. We don't never see y'all sitting around fasting, having prayer meetings on behalf of expats. We don't never see y'all protesting on the news. We don't never see no headline news. 3,000 American expats are dealing with inflation today. We're going to go into details about this news report that we just found out. Expats who are struggling. You'll never see that on the news. Never. You'll see that with Aaron from Black Man's Travel. You'll see us. You'll see Skylar in Brazil. You'll see Tailor Made Dreams talk about it. Ace Live. Yeah, we talk about what expats go through, and some of the other lady content creators that are travelers or living as expats. But you ain't gonna never see in the United States them talk about the ups and downs of the life of an expat. Y'all don't care. That's why it won't go on the news. Y'all won't watch it. Y'all would rather wash y'all hands 5 times getting ready to cook than to sit down and watch a headline about what's going on with expats in another country. Y'all don't care nothing about us. And we know it. And we ain't tripping on it. We are not mad, upset, offended, none of that. Why? Because when we was living in the United States, we was the same way. I'll say that again. When I was living in the United States, I ain't caring nothing about what was going on with my fellow constituents that lived outside the United States. I didn't think about expats at all. All I cared about was what was going on in my little 50-state quarters, in my little plantation known as 50 states, and how we was gonna try to keep this thing united. That's all I cared about. I ain't think about no 9 million expats living around the world. I ain't think about nothing like that. I could care less. So when I say, I know y'all don't give a damn about us. Why? Because when I was there, I didn't give a damn about expats. And a lot of you don't either. These cameras go off. Y'all don't care nothing about us expats. You don't care about, y'all give less than a damn about T-Mac living in Colombia. Y'all ain't care nothing about Theo living in Japan. Zooming to Thailand, Richie Mac, cameras go off. Y'all ain't thinking about nothing what him and L go through on a regular basis living in Thailand. Y'all can care less. And we not offended. And my last 5-10 minute ramble was all about expats. What Theo was saying was expats, men who know that they in his group, men that know that once they get done with Theo's class and they get employment opportunities online, they plan on relocating outside the United States. And since they plan on relocating outside the United States, they realize that Trump is going to be doing some things that's going to benefit them once they leave outside the United States. So therefore, these guys are saying, listen, I'm not just going to vote for Trump because I'm tired of the the Democrats, not the democratic process, but the Democrats. But now I have another reason why I'm going to vote for Trump. This is what some of these men are saying. And this dude could not understand why Theo was saying what he was saying. And I got news for Theo. He wasn't supposed to understand what you were saying. Plantation folks will never understand what it's like to be off the plantation. You speaking a foreign language to this man, Theo. A plantation bro trying to talk to a passport bro. Two totally different languages. He could not comprehend. He could not fathom what you were saying when you talk about the tax break. He could not his mind could not wrap around that type of tax break to where you're paying zero taxes or very little tax. He couldn't wrap, because in the United States, there's no, when you live there, there's no such thing as zero taxes. I'll say this again. When you live in the United States, there's never a such thing as zero taxes. So you can't fathom a U.S. citizen actually paying zero taxes without having a special type of, he formed an LLC, and then he created a trust over here, and then the trust took care of this, and then he had an accountant that would do it. They can't fathom those thoughts. That you were talking so far over that dude's head. Even while he was just sitting up there watching you and Richie Mack talk. That's why he came. Yeah, I came up here to talk about this brother, because this brother. No, you came up there because you didn't know what the hell Theo was talking about, bro. That old man came up there because he did not understand anything that Theo was talking about. Tax breaks, tax benefits. I want to give that old dude 5 seconds of my time. Why? Because he had no plan on ever leaving the plantation anyway. They trying to make us slaves again. What does that got to do with the tax breaks that I'm talking about? Trump is a racist. Okay, let's say he was. Let's say Trump is a racist. I mean, full-blown Klansman. What does that got to do with what Theo was saying about tax breaks for expats? Can anybody answer that one? That had nothing to do with what Theo was saying. Nothing. I don't know why my clicker is not working. Let me see if this works here. Okay, did I hit something? Did I turn something off? Like I'm trying to bring Theo's statement up, but it's not popping up. Oh, there we go. He said, as long as it doesn't affect Veteran Administration disbursements, he said, I'm okay with whatever is going on in the government. Shout out to you, T-Mac. See what I'm saying? He said, hey, long as you make sure you take care of us military brothers like you supposed to, we good. Theo said, yes, that's true. You would wait, this dude, and you know how I know that he couldn't understand what you were saying, Theo? Because I wouldn't have understood it if I hadn't been an expat. What you were saying about those tax breaks, Theo, that would have went so far over my head 8 years ago. I would have been scratching my head and talking crazy like this old man. I probably wouldn't have been disrespectful, but if I had came on this live stream, I kid you not, Theo, I wouldn't have known what the hell you was talking about. And I would have did just like him. I would have argued for local situations with Trump and Kamala because I couldn't relate to what you were talking about from the expat perspective. I would have did the same thing with no insults, but I'd have been talking about, well, Trump this and Trump that and Kamala this and Kamala. I did this. I would have did exactly like he did. Why? Because I would have been still stuck on the plantation with a plantation mindset. And I know what it's like to be on the plantation United States and not know what the hell going on globally. So many Americans think they know the world and don't know a damn thing about the world. I'll say that again. I promise you, if I give you any promise, guys, if you have never traveled outside the United States, you don't know anything about the world. Nothing about the world. Everything that you've been told and sold outside, other than the Nature Channel, Animal Planet, Our Planet, if it ain't got nothing to do with animals and nature, all that is true. Everything else, you don't know nothing. I didn't know nothing. And many other dudes that were expats can tell you right now, when they left outside the United States and they thought they knew Colombia and got here, and it was the complete opposite of what was told. They got to Brazil and noticed that it wasn't all favelas, but there were some really nice, beautiful places in Brazil. But the United States, they will tell you parts about Africa. They'll make it seem like the only thing in Africa is giraffe, lions, and people that are indigenous. That's it. They'll never tell you about the business development over there. They'll never tell you about the historical development. You don't know nothing about the world. Nothing. And I sit back and I watch these little live streams and these shows that be trying to tell expats about expat life. And you ask them, have you ever lived outside the United States? Well, I visited. I said, I didn't ask you where you visited. I say, have you lived outside the United States? Because anybody can visit somewhere. But if you live there, oh, now you an expat? We can talk. Because now you understand day-to-day life of a person in that country. Not just the tourist area. So yeah, Theo, I would have been just like him, except for the insults and all that BS that he was bringing. But I'd have been just as I was just as naive and stupid and ignorant and thought I knew what I knew and read my books and I looked enough history about other countries and I thought I knew other countries. I didn't know a dang thing. I didn't know nothing. I didn't know that America was one of the few countries in the world. Just something simple. Just something simple. Perfect example. I didn't know America was one of the few countries in the world that had money that was only one color. Most countries in the world have money that's several colors. When, like I always say, when is the only time that Americans see money that's more than one color? That's a good trivia question. When is it that Americans back on the plantation see money that's more than one color? When we play the game Monopoly. That's it. Most Americans, the only time they have ever seen money in their life that was a different color was when you were playing the game Monopoly. Other than that, all you know is money being one color. And then you start visiting other countries and their money is several colors. And you like, what the heck? There is pink money and green money and purple money and orange money. Just something simple like that. Just something simple like that. You think you know. I thought I knew. I ain't know nothing. And neither do you and this old man who probably visited other countries or probably may have been in the military in the past and saw those countries way back then, but those countries look completely different now. I'm gonna say this again, just because you was in the military 1980, 1990 doesn't mean that you understand countries. And it's 2024, 2025. Those countries have developed tremendously. Man. My man T-Mac said, I've been to 40 countries, but you are right. That experience is different when you actually live abroad. Living in Tokyo and then in Medellin was a different experience than just visiting. Mike T, shout to Mike. Mike says this: it's always without a passport, or those without a passport that have the most to preach, that have the most to say. I'm gonna tell y'all something as we end this live stream. If Kamala got something to bring to the table for expats, I'm going to vote for her. My voting's going to be done this week. I'm going to vote for her. If she's got something for expats, I have nothing. I have no horse in the race of what happens inside of the 50 states. My job is to focus on what's happening for all 9 million of us outside of the 50 states. If she got something to bring to the table for us expats, she gets my vote. However, if Trump has something to bring to the table that's going to benefit us expats, you better believe I don't care about what none of y'all got to say in the States. None of y'all. I will vote for Trump just as fast as I can. I will vote for him as fast as I was vote for Obama. Let me go ahead and make sure I get this vote in real quick. I have no problem. I'm voting for my race, the expats, the earthlings, the people that live around the world. It is not our job to vote for y'all who are still stuck in the States. I'll say this again. I don't vote for Mr. Gilmore's plantation. And I know Mr. Gilmore, y'all ask Mr. Gilmore, he good white folk. Mr. Thompson, good white folks. Miss Hillary, she good white folk. But it's not my job as being free from the plantation to vote on behalf of those who are still stuck on the plantation. You're not about to guilt me into that one. I mean it. If Trump got something and it's going to benefit us expats, so it is. If Kamala got something that she want to bring to the table for us expats and it's better than what Trump bringing, so it is. But if you think us expats, the few of us that vote, it's only 2.3 of us that do vote. But if you think that we are going to be sitting around watching the news from the comfort of our new countries, worrying about if our vote is going to help y'all, you out your rabbit ass mind. No. We vote for us. Sorry to bust your little bubble. If you think that us black folks that are expats are voting because other black people in the United States are voting a certain way, we don't. We don't care about the black vote in the United States, the Latin vote in the United States, the white vote in the United States. We do not care. We care about what other expats are going through and what we're going through as expats and how we can handle or make life easier for us as we live in other countries. Hate to bust your bubble. Here's to you who are all on the plantation. Enjoy your life. Those of us who are outside the plantation, you should have a toast to us too. So I've answered the question that those guys on the panel did not answer. Should U.S. expats vote? Yes. On behalf of other U.S. expats. Yes, sir. We vote for our benefits, not y'all. And as T-Mac said, so far, only Trump has brought forth a tax relief proposal for expats. So Kamala got a couple of days to try to say if she can do something for U.S. citizens outside the United States. If not, us expats, it may be looking like the vote that's going to be swinging. It might be swinging towards Trump. Why? He wants to benefit us expats, but he don't like black people. Hey, remember, us expats ain't got nothing to do with y'all going through at home. Y'all get y'all heads split wide open by local police officers. That ain't got nothing to do with us. The most we can sit back and say, oh man, that's so sad. See, they still coming after the brothers in the States. Dang. Then we turn the TV off and we live our lives. Dudes go to the beach in Cartagena. Here in Cali, we going bowling and salsa and fishing. We ain't sitting around all sad. Once we turn our cell phones off, oh man, Trayvon Martin. Oh, George Floyd. Wow. Okay. What you doing, babe? Nothing. Let's go dancing. I turn this phone off. I got Theo's homework to do. I ain't got no time to be doing Theo's homework and worried about what y'all doing in y'all 50 states. Y'all don't care nothing about us. Can we be real? So if you wonder, well, who are you voting for? I'm voting for whoever looking out for the expats. You ain't voting for who looking out for black people? Nope. I never will again. I want y'all to hear this. You will never, ever, as long as I live outside the United States, ever get me to vote on behalf of those that are voting for black people. I'll never do it for white people. I will never vote for Asian people. I'll never vote for Latin people. I'll never vote for Hindus. I am only going to be voting for expats. If you ever wonder what Andre's vote is going to be like in the next 15 years, the next 3 or 4 presidents, I'm telling you right now, I vote on behalf of us expats. Y'all can have that whatever's going on in the state. If you're voting by races, go ahead, have fun with it. If you're voting by classism, go ahead. The rich vote for who gonna look out for the rich. The poor vote for who gonna look out for the poor. Have at it. Have fun with it. As for Andre Spence, you want to know what my vote gonna look like? It will always look out for us expats. Because once you leave the United States, we ain't got nobody but us. It's just us expats. That's it. I will never vote for just black folks unless they expats. It's your responsibility. Those of you who are still on the plantation, it's your responsibility to look out for your race. It's not mine. Okay. It's my responsibility to look out for black folks in the States. That must mean that it's black folks' responsibility to also look out for us expats outside the United States, huh? I'll say that again. If it's my job to vote on behalf of black folks in the United States, shouldn't it also be the job of black folks in the United States to look out for us black expats outside the United States? Oh, it's not? Because we see on YouTube, social media, other social media platforms, as well as regular everyday mainstream, y'all talk about us expats like we dirt and dogs. If you black and you an expat, black people talk about you so bad. You left the plantation. We foundational black people. Just because you scared. They talk about you so bad as a black man leaving the United States. It don't be white people talking bad about us. I have yet to see a YouTube channel where they did a video talking bad about black men and black women getting passports and leaving the United States and they were white. But you can find a slew of videos of black folks putting down black folks on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram, television shows, news headlines, major news headlines, cable news headlines of black folk putting down black folk for getting a passport and relocating, a building a life in a country where they wanted to be appreciated and not just tolerated. Oh, you can find black folks doing that all day long. Tomorrow morning, there's going to be somebody black putting out a video trying to tear down passport bros and passport sisters. So if you ain't looking out for us, why should we waste our vote looking out for you when we could use our vote to look out for expats? I didn't say we ain't voting. The few of us that do, I'm saying that if we are going to vote, we ain't looking out for no races no more. The only race we looking out for is the race of expat. That's it. That's it. Chaos said, he said, indeed, we got a clown like this. Like this? I didn't get what you mean, Chaos. Let me wait till it pop up over here. Let's see. Let's see what Chaos was talking about on his show. Shout out to Chaos. Let me pull it up.
Okay, let me see which one is good. All right, so this one I'm gonna do. I'm only gonna go for
this dude. This dude.
So bear with me,
yeah,
guys.
we were talking about this the other day.
And you can find him on social media. We're gonna take a look at some of his. Look at some of the reels and posts on this. All right, let's begin. Let's look at this one right here. Now, don't mind the reel. Look at the comment section. A woman. A woman. A woman. One man. A woman. That's a man. Another woman. Another woman. Another woman. A woman. A woman. A woman. A woman. And this one has a woman. Next reel. Let's look at this one. A woman. A woman. I believe that's a woman. One man. A woman. A woman. A man. A woman. A woman. A man. That's a woman. That's a man. A woman. I believe that's a man. All right, let's go to another one. The paycheck.
A man should give his woman his whole paycheck.
One. Oh,
I'm gonna tell y'all something for real. Us expats don't care. I'm gonna tell y'all something for real. And nobody want to tell the truth. Mike T, I'm telling the truth. You ready? What y'all go through with sisters and others and, the War of the Roses in the States, we watch y'all for entertainment. We do. Remember the other day when I did a commentary on, or if you ever notice, I always, when I watch a headline, I put an expat twist on it. You know why I always put an expat twist or look out for this expat? Like when a dude said a man should see in this situation, a man should give his woman his whole paycheck. I would do a video on it and I would say, guys, don't do that in the States because you'll get in the habit of doing that in Colombia or in Thailand. You see how I always expat everything? You know why? I don't give a dang about what's going on in the United States. Man, I don't care if y'all women getting all y'all money or none of your money. I don't care if you're getting all the coochie or none of the coochie. When these cameras go off, y'all don't care nothing about us. Let's be real. And I don't mean it like y'all hating on us. I'm saying it like when these cameras go off, y'all not consciously thinking about us because of what you're dealing with in the United States or in UK or in Canada or in Australia. You have so much that's on your mind, you don't have the time to think about us. We understand that. But do realize, when us expats look at what y'all go through in the United States, brother, we don't care. We don't care nothing about what y'all going through with the plantation women. We'll watch it, do some commentary on it, keep on pushing. We do not care. Most YouTubers, they gonna tell you that, brother, we literally, cameras go off, we do not be thinking about y'all. If y'all only knew how much we spend more time talking about y'all in a gossipy way. Look what happened in the United States. Me and Andre be like, look at this. You see what happened in the state? What? Man, I can't tell you half the rapper names in the United States, male or female. I can't tell you about the sports figures, and then, bruh, we do not care. We'll sit back and watch, a lot of the footage, and you guys put out some great footage, don't get me wrong. But I could easily say 80% of what I will watch on YouTube or TikTok in the United States that has to do with the States, even the news, entertainment. If I watch a local news headline that says, bear escapes from the zoo in San Diego, devours 3 adult men, I don't care. I would care more if they said, bear in Colombia on the loose. Okay, now I care. Bear in Thailand on the loose. Okay, now I care. Why? These are fellow expat situations. So when I watch what my brother Fair Use is sharing, and this, I'm not talking about Fair Use. I'm not talking about Chaos Rain. Shout to Chaos. Chaos, make sure you drop the link to your channel too. I be listening to these gurus, man, and I be laughing at these dudes.
Oh, here's the one. Look who we have here.
And Chaos is right.
A woman.
This dude's a panda bear.
God damn it, it's a woman. Another woman. Another. Wait, hold on. I finished a man. A man. A woman. A man. A woman. A woman. I don't know what this is. That's some weirdo person. A man. A man. A woman. Woman. All right. What's
It's
next?
slick. If you got a channel, drop the link, brother.
Let's look at this one. We're only going on the reels
Yeah,
because
pure women.
you can see the
on his
picture
page.
and what is the sermon?
Get your money.
What
That's
do
what
you
he's
see here?
doing. He's getting his money.
A man. A woman.
Man
That look
got
like a
he
man
got
or
a
woman. I
pool
don't know
pit
that.
set up in his living
A
room.
woman.
This brother got a pool
A
pit
woman.
set up in the living room.
A woman.
That's how you get your hustle on. All you gotta do is go on Instagram and YouTube, TikTok. They're gonna send you the money. Man, this dude getting hustle. Hit the subscribe. There we go. Yeah, I could see him with a net worth of 11 million. I could see him, yeah, without a doubt. Get your Bishop Jake's money on. I ain't mad at you, player. Went from pimping to pimping. I am not a hater. Why? I'm an expat. I don't care. Don't care. Wish I could put it some other way, but I don't. All right, guys, we're about to head up out of here. We've been here for 4 hours plus. Thank you for hanging out with your boy. I will be seeing you this Wednesday because I got some things I need to take care of. Theo homework. Shout out to my classmates out there. And shout out to Ethan in the building. He said, if expats vote or not, there is a chance to make some money this election. If Trump wins, his stock DJT will go, absolutely correct, will go up. If Harris wins, cannabis stock will go up. True. That's a good one. That's a good one. Shout out to you, brother. That's a real good one. Appreciate you, man. Here in Colombia. Let's do these outros real quick. Let me move this out of the way. Let's get some outro going. Let's mix it up. Here we go.
Det var första gången vi möttes. Våra blickar bara möttes. Kommer du ihåg det igen? Kommer du ihåg det igen? Du vill ha icy little fingers. Då du vet det kalas. All in, ingen broms, schackmatt på din vänster hand. Du är så viktig baby. Ja du allians. Du är försiktig baby. Och du gav mig en chans. becoming my baby. I really tap on no banana. Been singing and I feel I'm in Shakarina. Most of saving is in now. You're coming out to ride with you. 100 good big clocks to die for you. You is so big, baby. You're the alias. The fish shake, baby. But you got me in fast. The 50-50, baby. Made the balance. Every claro for it, baby. Ingen land. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Det är mitt liv, baby. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Det är mitt liv, baby. Visa mig vart du finns. Vi kommer väl till min city, nej. Jag vet att det finns. Kom det är bra lives and all nights, yeah. Jag vet att jag min kör det. Skön social smart good lady. Jag tvivlar det. Visa mig var du finns, yeah.
Frontera, no conoce frontera.